Chapter 559. Zen Master said to Jingjiu, "If you intend to confront Taiping, you shouldn't provoke the Zhongzhou school, and you shouldn't talk to Bai Zhenren as if he were a child." Jingjiu said, "If I were me, why couldn't I?" The great grandmaster of the Foggy Island, Nanshu, was dead, and Senior Master Tai Lu was locked in the deep end of the sword jail. In Chaotian, Jingjiu was the one with the highest status and seniority. You should be well aware that the Zhongzhou school belongs to the Bai family, and you know better than anybody else how powerful the Bai family is. Zen Master continued, "You were beaten back by her grandmother, so it's impossible for her not to guess your identity by now." Jingjiu asked. Zen Master said, "If she knew your identity, why didn't she do anything? It's strange. Many things in the world are no different from playing chess. Tong Yin plays the role of the force, setting up a scheme in advance and luring others into it. But I'm different." Jingjiu said, "I'm used to waiting for my opponent to set up a scheme before I try to break it." Zen Master said, "You'll lose the upper hand." Jingjiu said, "But I can see through my opponent's thoughts, so I won't do anything in vain." Zen Master shot him a glance and said, "I understand what you mean, but I still think you're just lazy." "Maybe," Jingjiu said. Zen Master said, "But have you ever thought that if Bai Zhenren could kill you with a single move, it would be meaningless even if you could see through her thoughts? The word death here was a real death, not a death in a chess game." Looking at an indistinct godly boat in the deep end of the East Ocean, Jingjiu asked, "Why do you think I'm willing to come out and take a walk?" It was not because he had become the sect master of Aoyama and nobody in Chaotian dared offend him. It was because he was confident that he could hardly be killed. Zen Master said, "With your current realm, other than that strange sword art, what else can you use to protect yourself? Isn't it because you've broken through the sea state and can finally use the seal of the King of the Underworld? Don't forget that you have promised the King of the Underworld that you will return the seal of the King of the Underworld one day. What will the Underworld Master do to you then? He's Taiping's student." "We'll talk about it later," said Jingjiu. Zen Master suddenly said, "Bai Zhenren went to see Jingshu." Jingjiu was a little surprised and said, "I don't remember them knowing each other." Zen Master said, "When you were in seclusion at the Shangda Peak, they met in the East Field, and they have been in contact ever since. Since Jingshu stayed behind closed doors at the Shangda Peak instead of the Shenma Peak, it must have happened more than 300 years ago. It was because of you that the Platonist sect decided to follow Aoyama 600 years ago. Jingshu is your collateral descendant, but she only fears you, not respects you." Zen Master went on, "Before the late emperor ascended the throne, blood was shed everywhere in Zhaoga City, and 9 out of 10 members of the royal family were gone. Who wouldn't be scared after experiencing that?" "What are you trying to say?" asked Jingjiu. Zen Master said nonchalantly, "Back before the Plum meeting, the humans were on the brink of destruction in Chaotian, but how many of them were killed by the monster invasion of the Snowy Kingdom? Not as many as those refugees, deviant practitioners, and orthodox cultivation sections. That's why the world can't fall into chaos. If chaos were to occur, Chao Yuan and I would stand out." The same sunlight shone on Morning Lake, turning this patch of green lake among the mountains into a large mirror. Standing on the peak top and looking at the beautiful scenery, Bai Zhenren fell silent for a long time. It was unclear if he thought of the green sky mirror. The atmosphere was tense by the shore of Morning Lake and those small islands. The disciples of the Platonist sect had a pale face, feeling terrified to the extreme. Sitting in the wheelchair, Chun Xueqiao looked at the peak top in silence. As the sect master of the Platonist sect, she had to stay here, and she had to remain calm, even though she might die in the next moment. Standing behind the wheelchair, Sensei lifted her small face and looked up at the top of the mountain, feeling alarmed and uneasy, but mostly helpless. After the meeting of the Guochang Temple was over, Bai Zhenren didn't go back to the Cloud Dream Mountain with the cloud boat. Instead, he came to the Platonist sect and went to the cemetery on the peak top. The Grand Master was buried in that cemetery. Nobody knew what she came here for. It would be fine if she came here simply to pay her respects. But if she intended to avenge the Grand Master for what had happened in the past, what should the Platonist sect do? Who could stop a swordsman in the Deshang state from doing what she wanted to do? There was only one Aoyama sect in the world. Bai Jinren looked at Morning Lake in silence. He didn't pull back his gaze until the sunlight shifted and the water of the lake turned red. She came before a stone grave and glanced at the words on it, saying nonchalantly, "Maybe you didn't expect him to be the granduncle you feared all your life until your death." The life of the Grand Master was written on the gravestone, including how she married from the Mirror sect, how she led the Platonist sect to form an alliance with the Aoyama sect, and how she accomplished many outstanding feats in the cultivation circle. However, the gravestone didn't record what had happened before the Mirror sect, and the Grand Master was still the Grand Master, not Jing Shu. Bai Jinren said, "Now that I think about it, your fear is indeed justified. When it comes to scheming, nobody is a match for that pair of brothers." She didn't know that the godly swordsman of West Ocean had a similar sentiment. "I don't care about what happened in the underworld. This is merely a test, and I'm sure that my idea is correct." She went on calmly. "Now that he is good at playing chess, I shouldn't play the chess piece. If I don't play the chess piece, how can he predict what I'm thinking?" A gust of wind rose up on Morning Lake, illuminated by the setting sun. The wind arrived at the cemetery by the foot of the mountain, making the white banners flutter loudly. What's more interesting is that if we don't play the chess piece, that pair of brothers will start killing each other. It's because they're always afraid of each other. Looking at the gravestone, Bai Jinren went on, "Yes, it's that simple. If we don't do anything, they will play themselves to death." The setting sun shone on the gravestone. The words engraved on the gravestone were unanswerable. "Your daughter-in-law's legs have been chopped off by you. When the day comes, I'll chop off her 2 arms myself and put them in an urn to accompany you in front of your grave." The setting sun was getting lower, and the twilight was getting thicker. Morning Lake grew redder and redder, looking like a basin of fresh blood. It was deathly quiet in the cemetery. The mountain wind blew tirelessly, dispersing Bai Jinren's voice. There was too much information hidden in her words. No matter who heard it, it would cause a huge uproar. In fact, there was a second person in the cemetery the entire time. The setting sun cast a long shadow over Bai Zhao's body, making her seem even more delicate. She had heard everything. To be more precise, this was the reason why Bai Jinren had brought her here. "Is your Holiness's judgment correct?" When she said, "Your Holiness's judgment," her voice was still trembling slightly. By the time she said the last 5 words, she had already regained her composure. But her pale face could not be dyed red by the setting sun. Born as a human, one fears loneliness and yearns for perfection. One longs for the reflection of the spirit and a distant goal. It's very natural to feel love for that person. Bai Jinren looked at his daughter and said, "But cultivators pursue ascension, so they must surpass all nature." Zen Master left the shore of the East Sea, but his words still lingered in the sound of the waves. It took a moment for Jing Jio to come to his senses. He understood that this was a warning, and he couldn't help but feel that it was rather absurd. The child from back then had now called himself the leader of the righteous path, warning me. It was even funnier than Zhuoruzhui. The sound of the waves rumbled incessantly, as if they were agreeing with his words. Jing Jio walked back to the heavenly well, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate with his eyes closed, while waiting for Tong Yin to come out. Time passed slowly. The sun was setting, and the twilight was deepening. But still, nothing happened. Jing Jio opened his eyes and looked at the dark bottom of the well. After making sure that Tong Yin would not appear, he released a mosquito into the well after a moment of silence. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, growing larger and larger. The sword boat of Aoyama broke out of the sunset glow. Several sword lights illuminated the slightly gloomy world. Zhao Liu and the others landed on the shore of the sea. In the early morning, a godly boat of Penglai Island passed by in the depths of the East Sea. It was the one he had seen earlier. Zhao Liu and the others chased after it on the sword boat to ask some questions. Because the questions were rather complicated, it took some time. The Penglai Island hasn't lifted the blockade yet. Gu Qing reported. The king of godly boats is extremely furious. He forbids the cultivation practitioners from the mainland to land on the island. As for the disciples of Aoyama, they are not allowed to come within 3,000 miles. Having said that, he felt a bit embarrassed. Zhao Leu turned her head to look at the surface of the ocean, as if she didn't know what had happened. Zhuo Rijui's eyelids drooped, as if he had fallen asleep. Of course, the king of godly boats would not be able to do anything if the Aoyama sect forced their way there. If the Aoyama sect forced their way there, the king of godly boats would not have been able to stop them. Otherwise, 2 boats would not have been robbed in a row. Jing Jio said, "Let the sword boat go back first. You guys follow me to a place." The sword boat of Aoyama rose up from the sunset glow, heading toward the west. Soon, it disappeared on the other side of the valley. The Shuaiyu nunnery in the valley was still as quiet as before. The peach blossoms were still blooming, looking like spots of blood in the twilight. Several sword lights of different shades illuminated the surface of the water. This place was not the seashore, but the lakeside. It was not the morning lake surrounded by mountains, but the vast and boundless Great Lake. Jingzhou walked to the lakeside and looked at the deep part of Ozawa. His energy was tranquil, but it was full of lethal intent. Zhao Leu and Lu Shisui had come to this small town when they were pursuing Taiping Zhenren. Knowing that Emperor Xiao was hiding here, she couldn't help but feel energized. The great grandmaster of the Foggy Island, Nanshu, was dead, and the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was fleeing with Taiping Zhenren. It'd be a good thing if they could kill this last hidden swordsman. Zhuo Rujui was in high spirits as well, his eyes as bright as gems. He didn't know that Emperor Xiao was here, and he didn't like killing people, but he liked fighting. With the Master White Ghost guarding the formation, this kind of fighting would be quite exciting. Gu Qing looked at the small town behind him cautiously while holding the sword of the universe wrapped in layers of coarse cloth. End of this chapter. Chapter 560. It was still early in the night, and the residents of the small town were still awake. Lights were still shining in many courtyards, and they could vaguely hear the sound of the bamboo tiles being pushed on the table. The waves were beating against the water, stirring up countless dark flowers. Ozawa was so quiet at night. The clamshell should have sunk to the bottom of the lake, so it would be difficult to find it. Even if Jingzhou could use part of the power of the seal of the king of the underworld, it would be meaningless. Zhao Leu walked to him and asked, "Did he run away?" Jingzhou said, "Yes, but it wasn't him who I wanted to kill." Zhao Leu was somewhat surprised, thinking that there were only a few people in the world who deserved to be killed by Jingzhou. Who else could it be but Emperor Xiao? Jingzhou turned around and walked toward the small town. There was a decent clinic in the small town. There were some flowers carved on the side of the plaque, which were pierced by a thin branch. It was hard to tell if it was a paulownia tree or something else. It was late at night, and the clinic was closed, but it couldn't stop them. The shop assistant rubbed his eyes and got up from the bed. Before he could complain, he saw Jingzhou's face. He rubbed his eyes again and called out softly to wake up the doctor. Soon, a few files were placed on the table. They were all important intelligence collected by the curtain rollers recently. Gu Qing opened the files and sorted them out carefully. Zhuo Rujui yawned in boredom. Zhao Leu stood at the door of the clinic with Ada in her arms, looking at the street. Jingzhou asked, "Where is Hui Yuan?" "After the incident at the Guochang temple, I knew you might ask, so I have been investigating," the doctor said with a bitter face. Although Master Hui Yuan is the great supreme elder of the Tunghua Temple, he has been traveling all over the land in the past decades. His whereabouts are untraceable, so it may take some time. After leaving the clinic, Jingzhou suddenly asked, "Are the curtain rollers from the imperial court?" Zhao Leu was a bit surprised, asking, "You didn't know?" Jingzhou said, "I should be able to think of it. It's just that I've been using them for so many years that I haven't thought much about it." Zhao Leu was silent for a while and said, "Master Hui Yuan should be an important figure in Bulolin. Since he could hide for so many years, The curtain rollers won't be able to find him in a short time. Shall we go back to Aoyama first? Jingjiu did not want to return to Aoyama. He would have to explain the matter of the underworld master to Yuan Qijing when he returned to Aoyama. It would be troublesome. Furthermore, he had told Zen Master that he wanted to try again. He said, "Let's go to a place. I'll take you to cultivate." Hearing this, Zhuoruzhui did not have any reaction, but Zhao Liu and Gu Qing were a little surprised. They thought that Lin Luoran sounded like a teacher who was concerned about the progress of his disciples. The problem was, apart from the sore manual that he threw at us in the 2 seminars, when did he ever care about our cultivation? Ada opened his eyes and glanced at him, wondering what was going on. There was a mountain range spanning over 1,000 miles at the border between Yu County and Beihua State. Jui City was located at the northernmost pass of the mountain range, and the prosperous Central Plain was located in the south. The climate of the mountain range was very different. The southern part of the mountain was covered with green forests, while the northern part was covered with steep cliffs that were rarely visited by human beings. The highest peak of the mountain was covered with snow that never melted all year round. The location of the mountain range was very important for the army, but it was not so important for the cultivation practitioners who could fly freely. There was no spiritual source here, and the spiritual energy was sparse. As such, there were only 2 or 3 unknown small sects in the beautiful forest in the south, and the free-traveling practitioners and deviant cultivation practitioners could occasionally be seen in the cliffs in north. The sword light illuminated the peak top. Zhao Liu landed. Under her deliberate control, the thoughtless sword didn't emit any eye-catching bloody light. A mountain demon is fleeing to the north 30 miles away. There is no smell of human blood in the cave, so I didn't kill it. Some people in the south have sensed it, but they don't dare come over. The elders of those small sects were at most in the undefeated state, so they wouldn't dare come over after sensing their presence. Jingjiu sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. "Is this the place?" Zhuoruzhui looked at the layer of snow above him and the desolate rocks around him, feeling ridiculous. The spiritual energy here was so sparse, so why did they have to come here to cultivate? Just as he was speaking, Zhao Liu and Gu Qing had already sat down beside Jingjiu and closed their eyes. Ada consciously climbed onto the top of Jingjiu's head. Zhuoruzhui felt even more ridiculous, thinking, didn't the sect leader say that he would take everyone to cultivate together? Could it be that cultivating together really means cultivating together? Don't you have any elixirs for us? Don't you have any secret manuals of the immortal of swordsmanship to teach us? Although he thought this way, no one was listening to him, so he had to sit down. There was a small sect 370 miles away in the south, which was called the Mysterious Heaven Sect. Zhou Yunmu was the only remaining elder of the 3rd generation of the Mysterious Heaven Sect. He was talented and had reached the later stage of the Golden Pill, which was the initial state of the free travel in the Aoyama sect. Nobody had a higher state than him since the founding of the Mysterious Heaven Sect, to say nothing of the current Mysterious Heaven Sect. A few years ago, he didn't have the patience to deal with the affairs of the sect, so he passed the position of the sect master to his youngest disciple, Lu Jin. Since then, he had been cultivating in the back of the mountain, where the scenery was the best and the spiritual energy was the most abundant. Few disciples had the good fortune to meet him and receive his instruction. However, many disciples of the Mysterious Heaven Sect had noticed that the Grand Master was not in the Manor Cave, but standing on the green rock by the cliff's edge. He looked at the snow-capped peak in silence. The name of Zhou Yunmu was quite poetic. The way he stood on the green rock against the wind, his clothes fluttering in the wind, made him look like a fairy. When the disciples saw the scene, their hearts were filled with admiration, and they discussed in low voices what had happened. They guessed that the Grand Master had reached a critical moment in his cultivation and was comprehending the principles of heaven and earth. He might break through the state at any moment. The whole Mysterious Heaven Sect knew that the Grand Master had reached the upper stage of the Golden Pill and was trying to break through the most dangerous and difficult barrier to the Yuanying state. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Jin, the sect master of the Mysterious Heaven Sect, issued a strict order. No disciple was allowed to get close to the green rock. If someone walked to the front of the green rock at the moment, he would find that their Grandmaster Zhou Yunmu was not comprehending the principles of heaven and earth. Looking at the snowy peak with a pale face, he murmured to himself in a low voice, "Which sect does this senior come from? Normally, I should go and greet him, but if I disturb his cultivation, it will be a serious offense." Looking at the peak half covered by the clouds, Zhou Yunmu murmured, "But the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is so thin that I have to rely on the magic pills to maintain my cultivation. Why did the senior immortal master come here? Normally, with his cultivation state, he shouldn't have been able to discover the arrival of Jingjiu and the others. However, he was cultivating smoothly in the Manor Cave that day, and his mind was at ease. As a result, he spread his spiritual awareness in the forest reflexively and encountered the Thoughtless Sword. He hadn't even seen a flying sword of the fairy state like the Thoughtless Sword, not to mention touching in person. So he knew that the opponent was a formidable figure whom he couldn't afford to offend. Fortunately, the Thoughtless Sword was evidently a magic treasure of the fairy immortals, not a deviant practitioner, though it had a murderous energy. As such, he wasn't worried that the opponent would come to destroy his mountain gate. Looking at the peak, Zhou Yunmu had a complicated feeling, including admiration, unwillingness, and jealousy. The expression on his face kept changing. In the end, all his feelings turned into frustration, and then he calmed down. It was then that rain suddenly fell from the sky. Judging from the time and the season, this might be the last autumn rain of this year. Zhou Yunmu was still standing on the green rock, not leaving. Though he couldn't see anything, he wanted to look at it a little longer for some reason. It was probably because he knew that he would never be able to see the scenery there. He could go to the peak top, but the scenery was different. To cultivate the yuanying from the golden pill was a threshold that most of the cultivation practitioners couldn't cross. The raindrops fell on his face, dripping down slowly. They weren't as sorrowful as the tears, but they were like clean water washing away the dirt, making him feel calmer. Though he couldn't reach it, he yearned for it. What harm was there in taking a look? All of a sudden, he sensed something unusual. He reached out his hand to catch some raindrops, and found that the raindrops contained a faint spiritual energy. His hands trembled slightly as he thought, "What's going on?" There wasn't a complete spiritual source here, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had always been thin. But why was there spiritual energy in the raindrops today? The spiritual energy was very faint, but it was something that could be sensed. Zhou Yunmu's hands trembled more and more violently. He suddenly turned around and yelled at the disciples of the Xiantian sect, "Everybody, come into the rain." After the autumn rain, it didn't rain again, but it started to snow a few days later. The snow line moved downward. Even the relatively warm southern mountain had accumulated a lot of snow, not to mention the places near the peak top. For people were sitting side by side in front of a cliff, covered by the white snow, looking like snowmen. Of course, the white cat on the head of the snowman was still a white cat, but it was a bit swollen. A sword suddenly flew over from the sky in the south. The snowman raised his right hand and picked up the white cat, taking the sword letter. The ice and snow fell off, exposing the face. The wind and snow added some color again. Zhuo also woke up. He raised his hands in front of his chest, looking at the sky in silence. It was unclear what he was thinking. With a buzzing sound, the swallowing boat sword appeared between his hands. The gray lines on the body of the sword, which looked like the scales, became more agile, like a salted fish that was about to turn over. After a long moment of silence, he asked, "Did you guys cultivate like this before? Let's cultivate together, learn together, have fun together, and get drenched in the rain together. The whole world is happy. Have a good weekend." End of this chapter. Chapter 561. In the autumn, as soon as Zhuo began to practice with his eyes closed, he felt something strange. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth was like a real wind, surging in from all directions. Though most of the spiritual aura had entered Jingjiu's body, The density of the spiritual aura in the cliff had increased by many times, and it was as condensed as water. Even Zhongzhou school and Aoyama sect, the two sects with the best spiritual sources, couldn't find a place with such abundant spiritual aura. How many years would it take to practice in such an environment in 1 year? It had only been a short time since the autumn, but he had already felt the growth of the divine tree and the increase of the source of sword, and even that was why he asked that question after remaining silent for so long. Gu Qing was silent for a while, and then said, "It used to be like this, but it's not like this now." Yes, the whole Shenma Peak knew that when Jing Jiao practiced meditation, the spiritual aura of heaven and earth would draw close to his body. So both Ada and she liked to practice in a place not far from him. The problem was that the spiritual aura of heaven and earth was just a little bit thicker in the past, but it was different this time, where it really came from all directions like the wind. Zhao Leo looked at Jing Jiao, wondering if it was because his state was higher now. If it was true, how much spiritual aura would he need to practice when he reached the heavenly arrival state? If so much spiritual aura entered a person's body in a short time, heaven and earth would definitely sense it, and it might even trigger the heavenly punishment. After reading the sword letter, Jing Jiao waved his hand and threw it down the cliff. Before it drifted far, the sword letter broke into a wisp of smoke. Then, the wind and snow on the cliff suddenly became chaotic, and with a slight buzzing sound, he disappeared from where he was. Zhao Leu and the other two looked up at the sky subconsciously, but he was nowhere to be seen. After a few seconds, Jing Jiao broke through the chaotic wind and entered the empty realm. There was no air in the empty realm. Naturally, there was no wind or sound. It was as quiet as a tomb. He sensed that 1,000 miles away in the southwest direction, someone was watching him. From late autumn to winter, he had attracted a lot of natural spiritual aura, but it was nothing compared to the vast heaven and earth. He didn't expect that some powerful figures nearby would be alarmed. Ada did not like the emptiness realm either. He did not want to stay here for too long. He squinted his eyes and looked to the southwest. The aura in the southwest direction quickly disappeared. Jing Jiao continued to ascend. Soon, he would reach the upper level of the emptiness realm. High up in the sky, the colorful thunderstorm vortexes looked like terrifying eyes, coldly staring at him. Ada's pupils shrank to the size of beans. He started to meow, but he forgot that there was no sound in the empty realm. He had no choice but to scratch Jing Jiao's face with his right paw. A bright spark sputtered in the sky and then fell down, quickly disappearing without a trace. Jing Jiao shook his head and put it down. Ada floated in the emptiness realm. His long white hair became very fluffy. He looked like a weak, pitiful, and helpless dandelion. After several dozens of breaths, Jing Jiao arrived at the top of the emptiness realm. He took off his white clothes and put them away. Then, it took him only a short time to break the seemingly indestructible barrier and enter the thunder region. Seeing this, Ada's pupils shrank to the size of rice grains, full of fear and anxiety. There was still no sound in the emptiness realm. Those terrifying eyes in the thunder region were still wide open, as if not even a speck of dust had fallen into them. After an unknown period of time, a tiny spark suddenly appeared in a thunderstorm vortex. It was not a spark, but a figure falling down rapidly. His body was surrounded by the high-temperature thunder and fire. The figure fell down at an unimaginable speed. He broke the indestructible barrier and returned to the emptiness realm. The fire on his body was extinguished instantly. Ada floated over and looked at Jing Jiao, who was still smoking. He asked anxiously through his divine sense, "How do you feel?" Jing Jiao said with a smile, "Very good." When she returned to the snow cliff with Ada in her arms, Jing Jiao had already put on his white clothes. He looked clean as usual, as if nothing had happened. But both Shirizui and Gu Qing felt that Jing Jiao's aura had obviously changed. Zhao Leu knew the reason. She reached out her hand to touch his forehead and found it was boiling hot. No, it was as hot as a soldering iron. Seeing her action, Shirizui was quite puzzled, wondering if the sect master also had a fever. Zhao Leu, then noticed that the damaged earlobe of Jingjio was a bit burnt. She reached out her hand to rub it and asked, "Does it hurt?" Ada meowed, indicating that this freak didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt great. "Let's go," said Jingjio. The 3 flying swords flew up one after another. The thoughtless sword became redder. The sword of swallowing fish was extremely agile. The sword of the universe was still broad. Standing on the sword and facing the chaotic wind, Zhuoruzhui said in high spirits, "I'm going to break through the state." "So am I," said Zhao Lei. These 2 disciples with natural Tao quality of the Aoyama sect could be said to be the most powerful swordsmen of the young generation in the cultivation world. In recent years, they had been trying to break through the upper state of the free travel. They had thought that it would take them at least a dozen years to break through. Unexpectedly, they were already standing on the threshold. Zhuoruzhui suddenly thought of an important thing. He turned his head and said to Gu Qing, "I want to sit by senior uncle's side when we cultivate in the future." He thought quickly. He knew that Zhao Lei couldn't compete with him, and he couldn't sit on Jingjio's head like the master white ghost. So he had to compete with Gu Qing. Then he realized that Gu Qing was the senior uncle's personal disciple, and he was only the senior nephew. "I'm the big brother," he added hastily. Gu Qing didn't want to compete with him. "That's fine. I'm used to standing behind my master," he said. Seeing Gu Qing agree so readily, Zhuoruzhui felt a bit embarrassed. He said to Jingjio, "Senior uncle, can you not sit by the cliff's edge all the time? In that case, there will be room for 2 more people to sit in front of you." Zhuoruzhui included Yuan Chu and Ping Yongka. Gu Qing smiled, thinking that Zhuoruzhui had a good plan. Jingjio said, "You've freeloaded on the Shenma peak a few times, and now you want to freeload on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Zhuoruzhui could tell that Zhuoruzhui was not angry. On the contrary, he was willing to say such witty words, which indicated that he was in an extremely good mood. Zhuoruzhui followed Zhuoruzhui. "You're the peak master of Tianguang Peak now. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other." A few sword lights broke through the sky, leaving clear traces in the clouds. In a place in the south of the mountain where the snow fell, all the people of the mysterious heaven sect, including the sect master and the regular disciples, knelt down on the ground, bowing to the sword lights in the sky. Zhou Yimu stood up slowly and stood on the green rock. After looking at the sky for a while, he said, "I'll stay behind closed doors from now on." Lu Jin, the sect master of the mysterious heaven sect, realized what had happened after a moment of bewilderment. "Congratulations, master," he said joyfully. "Congratulations, master." A young acolyte walked into the meditation room and said to an old monk sitting in front of a Buddha statue respectfully, his eyes full of delight and contentment. This temple was called the Pingu Temple. It had 3 main halls in the front and back, housing a dozen monks. It was the family temple of Jia Sheng, a famous wealthy merchant in Izhou City. That old monk was a traveling monk. He came here from another province last autumn. The chief abbot of the Pingu Temple talked with him for a while and found that this old monk had a profound understanding of the Buddhist methods and profound knowledge. The chief abbot couldn't help but regard the old monk as a master. At the end of winter, the chief abbot of the Pingu Temple caught a cold and died. Before he died, he begged the old monk to take care of the Pingu Temple for him. The old monk wasn't willing to do so, but seeing the chief abbot so pitifully, he had no choice but to agree reluctantly. He also said that he would leave after 3 years. Jia Sheng, a wealthy merchant, had learned from the chief abbot that this old monk was extraordinary. Thinking that his family temple would welcome a true Vedanta, he didn't object to the request. That old monk became the chief abbot of the Pingu Temple. The congratulatory words of the young acolyte had nothing to do with this matter. It was because the governor of Izhou heard that the new chief abbot of the Pingu Temple was a Vedanta of the Zen sects, so he decided to come here with his family to burn incense sticks. Even though the Pingu Temple was the family temple of the Jia family, they had to accommodate the governor of Izhou. After this event, the Pingu Temple would become a famous Zen temple in Izhou City. Maybe one day it would leave the Jia family and become a real famous temple. It was no wonder that the young acolyte was so happy about such a good thing. The old monk said to the Buddha statue, "I will leave in 3 years. If I really leave the Jia family, what are you going to do?" The young acolyte didn't answer him. What answered him was a calm voice. "You will leave today." The calmness in the voice had reached a certain extreme. It was a state that was far beyond callousness and closer to silence. It seemed that the man wouldn't feel anything even if the whole world was destroyed, not to mention the Pingu temple. The old monk turned around. The young acolyte was lying on the ground. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Jingjio stood at the door. This old monk was Master Huiyuan. He was the one who killed Elder Chun One of the Kunlun sect at the foot of the precipice last autumn. Who would have thought that this important figure of the Bulo Lin sect was hiding in a family temple in Izhou City? Master Huiyuan guessed his identity as soon as he saw the beautiful face. He said, "I didn't expect that you could find me. What's more, I didn't sense your arrival." Jingjio said, "Tell me the whereabouts of Taiping, and you can live." "I didn't expect that the immortal sect master would come to kill me in person. It's an honor. But do you really think you can kill me?" Master Huiyuan looked at him and said with a smile, "The sect master of Aoyama is invincible in the world. But that's the immortal Lu Ci, not you." Jingjio was the youngest sect master of Aoyama and the weakest one. Master Huiyuan's state was unfathomable. Even though it was a sneak attack, he was able to kill Elder Chun, one of the Kunlun sect, with one strike. Even an elder in the Broken Sea state of the Aoyama sect might not be a match for him. The Jia mansion not far away was bustling. It seemed that a banquet was being held. Izhou City, which was farther away, was even more bustling. The governor's mansion was setting off firecrackers. Only the Pingu temple was quiet. Master Huiyuan didn't sense Jingjio's arrival, but he was sure that there were no other swordsmen of Aoyama in the Pingu temple. The oil lamp cast his shadow on the ground. He sat on the futon in silence, as if he had merged into one with the Buddha's statue behind him. Jingjio didn't say anything more. He raised his right hand and aimed it at the old monk. Master Huiyuan felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end when he saw the scene. It was called hair standing on end. It was a physiological reaction that mortals would have when they encountered great fear. However, he was a Vedanta of Zen who had achieved great cultivation. Why would he have such a reaction? That was because that hand brought him great fear. It was the thunder that was about to rise. It was the impending death. End of this chapter. Chapter 562. The Master Huiyuan was the great grandmaster of the Tunghua Temple. He had a profound understanding of the Buddhist methods and an extraordinary cultivation state. The elder of Kunlun, Chun One, was a powerful swordsman in the lower state of the Broken Sea, but he was killed by Jingjio with one strike. Jingjio didn't even fear the cloud boat of the Zhongzhou school. Yet he sensed a strong sense of danger at the moment. It had something to do with the distance. The cloud boat of the Zhongzhou school was in the high sky, close to the empty realm, but Jingjio was in front of him at the moment. Didn't the swordsmen of Aoyama usually keep a distance from their opponents? His gaze fell on Jingjio's hand. That hand was as white as a jade, without a single flaw, like a work of art. But it was dreadful, as if there were countless bolts of lightning in it. "It looks like I can't hold back." The Master Huiyuan said to Jingjio, "Sorry." The green lamp illuminated his figure, which merged with the Buddha statue. His energy became more profound. Countless prayer beads drifted up from the shadows of the lamp, from the cracks of the bricks, and from the beams and pillars, forming a dense cluster of stars that occupied all the space in the hall. The Jia clan was involved in the trade of ores. Besides the local officials of Izhou, they had the support of the important figures in Zhaoga City, so they were successful in their business endeavors. In a few decades, Jia Sheng had become a famous rich man in Izhou City. Though he was far from being qualified to be compared with those large clans supported by the cultivation sects, he was still quite famous. As the New Year's Day approached, the Jia clan invited some familiar officials and businessmen to a banquet. They were having a good time in the front yard, discussing the important event the next day. Countless delicacies were brought to the front yard like flowing water. The courtyard was as warm as spring, devoid of the winter atmosphere. Instead, it was filled with the taste of luxury and enjoyment. The Pingu Temple was the family temple of the Jia clan. It was a distance away from the garden of the Jia Manor, separated by a stream and half a mountain. Ada crouched on the courtyard wall of the Pingu Temple, looking at the bustling scene in the distance. There was no envy in his eyes, only indifference. One could even find a hint of vicissitude in his eyes if one looked deeper. He had seen too much prosperity in the mortal world, so he didn't care about this little bit of luxury. The sound of firecrackers came from somewhere. Ada looked back into the temple. There were 7 or 8 monks piled up on top of each other under the courtyard wall. They had already fainted a long time ago. At the very top was the young monk. Looking at the rear hall, its eyes revealed a worried expression. Jingzhou was no match for Monk Huiyuan. The difference in their realms was too obvious, but Jingzhou insisted on testing his sword, so Jingzhou had no choice. Fortunately, Jingzhou would not die so easily. If something big happened later, it would naturally help. Rumble. At this moment, a muffled clap of thunder suddenly exploded in the deep winter sky. Ada's pupils constricted slightly. His white hair stood on end subconsciously. Thunder in the middle of winter was an extremely rare occurrence, not to mention that there was not a single cloud floating in the blue sky today. In the Jia residence, the officials and merchants who were drinking and chatting were startled. They looked toward the sky, wondering what had happened. There's actually thunder. Is it going to rain? A manager said subconsciously. Jia Sheng shot the steward a cold glance and was just about to reprimand a few words when suddenly an even more terrifying thunderclap exploded. Then, innumerable claps of thunder were heard one after another. The wind was howling, the pillars were creaking, the earth was shaking, and smoke and dust were everywhere. A thin screen wall directly collapsed. The earthquake! It's the earthquake! Run! Go and help the old lady! Pingu! The Pingu Temple has collapsed. The Jia residence was filled with cries of fear. The officials and merchants could not keep calm anymore. They crawled under the tables as fast as they could. The maids and servants were crying and running around. The sunlight was blocked by the smoke and dust. Chaos and darkness were everywhere. The Pingu Temple had really collapsed. The 3 halls and the monks' houses had all turned into ruins. The courtyard wall had also turned into a piled-up line. Ada was a little surprised. He turned into a flash of white lightning and rushed toward the back of the temple. The back hall had disappeared without a trace. The pillars, statues, lamps, and walls had all turned into its shavings, gravel, gold, and red bricks. On a messy ground, there were many more tiny fragments that were hard to be seen by the naked eye. Those were the fragments of prayer beads, which were made of pure gold and elixir stones. At this time, they had all turned into golden red powder and mixed with the red bricks. However, they still emitted the majesty and power of Vajra. Jingzhou stood in the air and looked at the old monk calmly. As his sleeves fluttered, a faint crackling sound could be heard. The old monk's body was also covered with golden red powder. It was unclear whether it was bricks, gold paint, prayer beads, or his Buddha's blood. His eyes were blind. Blood flowed out from them and wet his white eyebrows. Then the blood slowly dripped down, just like the vitality in his body. But he was not dead yet. It seemed that he wanted to say something. His withered lips moved slightly, and golden words flowed out from his lips. They rose with the wind like leaves growing in the spring breeze. Seeing this, Ada's pupils constricted slightly. He grew vigilant and was ready to bite off the old monk's head. Those golden words were Buddhist words. They were similar to the talismans of Yamatai, but more dangerous. What Ada was worried about did not happen. Because the Buddhist words could not come out of his lips, the green leaves could not grow. They were cut off from the roots and fell down. Countless shapeless sword wills were floating above the ruins of the Pingu Temple. They were the sharpest sword wills in the world, even more powerful than the lone sword. Those leaves that seemed to be written with ink words fell into the ruins and splashed into golden powder. In the end, only the words themselves were left, which was the voice of Master Huiyuan. You will never find a real person. The old monk's white eyebrows that covered his eyes were all soaked with blood. He looked extremely miserable and terrible. Even the wrath of thunder cannot last long. The white eyebrows fell down along with the cold wind, and 2 streaks of blood spilled down. He looked at Jingjio with his blind eyes. There was a smile on his face, and his expression was full of compassion. It seemed that he had seen through all the truths. You came back because the world needs you. You will eventually realize this and obtain true peace. These were the last words that Master Huiyuan left in this world. They were not a curse, but an explanation. They also seemed to be a blessing. After saying these words, countless bolts of thunder and lightning came out from under his monk robe, making a series of dense sounds. They were like firecrackers on a New Year festival. In the sound of the firecrackers, his body turned into powder and blended with the powder in the ruins. The winter wind died down, and the smoke and dust settled. The chaos in the Jia mansion was finally under control. Jia Sheng crawled out from under the table with the help of the steward. He hurriedly asked someone to check on the officials. The damage to the courtyard was not serious. Only a wall fell down, and there were no serious casualties. The few people whose heads were bleeding did not seem to be in danger. The Pingu temple in the back of the mountain had indeed turned into ruins. Soon, a steward reported that the monks in the temple were still in a coma, but nothing serious had happened to them. But the senior monk who had just taken over the position of the chief monk had disappeared. Looking at the ruins, Jia Sheng's pale face was full of bewilderment, wondering what had happened. Then, he remembered that the governor would bring his family here to attend the meditation tomorrow. What should he do? There was a pile of torn red paper in front of the office of the governor, and the smell of burning was still lingering in the air. It seemed that the firecrackers here were not firecrackers, but real ones. A few kids were squatting on the ground, looking for the remaining toys. The crowd of onlookers hadn't dispersed yet. In a nearby restaurant, Su Zai was drinking jasmine tea while wearing a mask. No emotion could be detected on his face. Jing Jio didn't heed him and landed in the back garden. It's too dangerous. If he had used the Buddhist words at the beginning, it would have been very dangerous. And he was right. You can't use the heavenly thunder to blast people every time. Hey, I'm talking to you. The white cat kept meowing while crouching on Jing Jio's shoulder. Jing Jio ignored him. He waved his hand to pull out a few bamboo branches and walked toward the study room. The white cat reached out his hand to play with Jing Jio's broken earlobe and said in his spiritual awareness, "Your body is not as strong as you think. You better be careful." Jing Jio still ignored him and walked into the study room along the stone steps. It was quiet in the study room. There was no sound of the tip of a pen rubbing against the paper or the grinding of ink. Zhao Liu and Gu Qing stood in a corner, looking at the desk. The governor of Yizhou was sitting in the chair behind the desk, his head slightly tilted, his face pale, and there was no breath. He was already dead. Jing Jio shot a glance at Zhuo Ruzhui. Zhuo Ruzhui said innocently, "I used the inherited heaven sword as a formation and controlled every part of his body, including his meridians. I didn't expect that he would find a way to commit suicide." Jing Jio didn't say anything. It was meaningless for this governor to be alive. The people of Bulolin were good at killing people and killing themselves without divulging secrets. The master Huiyuan didn't accept his conditions, which meant that Taiping Zhenren was a being more dreadful than death in the eyes of these people, or in other words, a being more worthy of respect. Suzai didn't lie to us. The governor of Yizhou is indeed on Bulolin's side. He will go to the Pingu temple tomorrow to deliver the second broken piece of the sun banner. Zhao Liu handed a small porcelain bottle to Jing Jio. Jing Jio opened the small porcelain bottle and looked at the piece of cloth inside, remaining silent for a while. The piece of cloth exuded a dark, evil, and scorching energy, which was the unique smell of the sun banner. Back when Jing Jio and Lu Xi wiped out the mysterious dark sect and killed Wang Xiaoming, the sun banner wrapped around Wang Xiaoming's body was naturally broken. 2 pieces of the sun banner fell into Su Zai's hands. As the former master of the mysterious dark sect, Su Zai acted faster than the windy broadsword church and the magic army. They found the master Hui Yuan because they found this governor through the broken pieces of the sun banner in Su Zai's hands. And then they found the Pinggu temple. The first broken piece of the sun banner should be in the hands of Taiping Zhenren. Jing Jiu waved his sleeve, and all the objects in the study room floated up. The heavy inkstone was drifting like a fallen leaf, and the light picture scroll was suspended in the air. All the objects were rotating slowly, displaying all their details. Hundreds of books were turning the pages automatically, just like when he discussed the Tao with the Zen master in the Guoqing temple last summer. Gu Qing knew that his cultivation state was not high enough, so he backed out of the study room. Zhao Leiyu and Zhuo Ruzhui tried their best to read the books for a while, and then closed their eyes as well. The pages of the books were turning too fast, and there were too many details in the writing brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, curtains, and letters, which were as complicated as the sea of stars. They couldn't observe them in detail, and they would suffer internal injuries if they tried. Looking at the details in silence, Jing Jiu suddenly said, "The ship is on the sea." Zhuo Ruzhui was rather sentimental, thinking that Jing Jiu's nonsensical words were indeed breathtaking. That ship was a godly ship, so it could only be on the sea. It was like stewing a goose in an iron pot. It could only be in an iron pot. The ice and wind sea, Jing Jiu continued. Hearing this name, Zhao Leiyu's expression changed slightly, and Zhuo Ruzhui burped nervously, as if he had just eaten a whole pot of goose stew. End of this chapter. Chapter 563. To the north of the West Ocean, there was still a sea. It was extremely cold here, with a chaotic wind blowing everywhere, forming dreadful storms from time to time. As a result, it was called the icy wind and violent sea. In the sky above the icy wind and violent sea, the empty realm was very thin. Even the cultivation practitioners in the broken sea state couldn't stay here for long. More terrifyingly, the surface of the ocean was sealed by ice and connected with the snowy kingdom further north, where they would encounter those demons of the snowy kingdom. It was rumored that the divine guardian animal of the Western Sea Sword School, the flying whale, was born in the south of the icy wind and violent sea, and would come back to inspect the place once every few years. Now that the flying whale was dead, the south of the icy wind and violent sea had become an uninhabited land. Even though it was in the south, the chaotic wind was still bone-piercing, cutting him like a knife. Even Zhuo Ruzhui felt a stinging pain on his face. Standing on the swallowing boat sword and looking at the increasingly dense, floating ice on the surface of the sea, Jing Jiu complained, "We should have gone to Penglai Island to buy a godly boat first. We could have robbed it." A faint pop could be heard amid the whistling wind. It was not a laugh, but the sound of an airbag being punctured. Zhuo Ruzhui was quite angry as he demanded, "Who is answering me with a fart?" "It's me," answered Gu Qing. Zhuo Ruzhui exclaimed angrily, "You're not a mortal. Why are you farting?" This boring and senseless conversation indicated one thing. Jing Jiu was very nervous at the moment. In the governor's manner, Jing Jiu had found out the possible whereabouts of that godly boat, and he led them to the icy wind and violent sea to pursue Taiping Zhenren. Yet was it so easy to kill the great grandmaster? Zhuo Ruzhui wondered who could deal with the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect, even if the Dark Phoenix hadn't recovered from his injury after being wounded by Nanchu. Should he rely on this lazy cat? Zhuo Ruzhui shifted his line of sight from Zhao Leiyu's bosom to the back of Jing Jiu, thinking that his young senior master had become the sect master and had defeated the master Hui Yuan, so he had become a bit arrogant. It was then that he heard another pop sound, confirming that it was not Gu Qing who farted, but Jing Jiu. The 3 flying swords broke through the astral winds and flew towards the surface of the sea, landing on a piece of floating ice. Jing Jiu sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Several blue electric arcs emerged from his body and face, and then broke off in the cold air, making light popping sounds. He had collected a lot of heaven thunders in the Thunder region a few days ago, but he had only used a small part of them in the Pingu Temple. Now, those thunders were restless. They were clashing and struggling in his body, trying to break out of it. Ada was right. Even if his body was special, it was impossible for him to absorb the might of the world endlessly. If he wanted to convert the heavenly lightning into his own sword essence, he would need to suppress it with his sword intent and refine it with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It would take a long time. Right now, he didn't have much time, so he could only temporarily stabilize the situation. Zhuo Ruzhui reacted quickly as he felt the aura of heaven and earth coming from all directions. He sat down on the left side of Ji Yunshu, leaving the better seat on the right side for Zhao Liu. Gu Qing stood behind Jing Jiao and closed his eyes. Ada knew that Jing Jiao was not in a good state at the moment, so he didn't try to take advantage of him. Instead, he lay on Jing Jiao's knees obediently. The ice storm sea was extremely desolate. It was hard to find any living creatures within 1,000 miles. Therefore, he didn't need to worry that the movement of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth would be discovered. Besides, the power of the heaven thunders in his body was indeed powerful. Therefore, Jing Jiao didn't hold back at all. In a few seconds, the whistling wind suddenly became much quieter, and the real wind of heaven and earth surged over, bringing with it an incalculable amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. On the surface of the sea, within a radius of dozens of miles, countless ice floes floated over along with the current and the wind. It was a spectacular scene. The night fell, and the starlight was extremely bright. It fell on the surface of the sea like real water, and then illuminated the iceberg that was built by countless ice floes. It didn't last long this time. The speed at which the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged slowed down until it returned to normal. Ruzhui opened his eyes, feeling a bit regretful. Suddenly, he felt a change in his body. With a thought, the swallowing boat sword broke through the air and arrived in the starlight. The starlight was suddenly dyed red. It was because the thoughtless sword had also arrived in the night sky. The spirit of the two flying swords was obviously different. Their sharpness was restrained, but they gave people a feeling that they were invincible. Zhuo Ruzhui looked at Zhao Liu and uttered a sound of uncertainty. Zhao Liu nodded, indicating that she had also reached the upper state of the free travel. Of course, a cultivation practitioner knew the state best. However, this matter was so unimaginable that even though Zhuo Ruzhui had similar experiences, he still couldn't be sure. He needed someone else's affirmation. Looking at the swallowing boat sword in the blood-red starlight, he murmured, "Cultivation, can it be so simple?" Ada greedily absorbed the remaining spiritual chi and took 2 bites of the starlight. He thought that it was certainly easy to cultivate in this way, but there was only one Jing Jiao. Zhuo Ruzhui looked at Gu Qing and found that he was still in the initial state of the free travel. He felt it was a bit strange and said, "You were about to break through the state when we were in the Guochang temple last summer. Why haven't you done it yet?" Gu Qing said, "I want to wait a little longer." Zhuo Ruzhui thought that it was impossible for him to wait for a good time. Suddenly, he understood his idea. He squinted his eyes and said, "Young brother, you have a great ambition." Gu Qing said, "My talent is far less than yours. I have to be more patient. In another 200 or 300 years, these two would probably compete for the position of the sect master of Aoyama in front of countless people. The conversation in the Starlight Iceberg tonight should be recorded in the history of Aoyama." However, Zhao Liu didn't even take a look at them. She just stared at Jing Jiao in silence. Jing Jiao opened his eyes calmly. He touched Ada's back gently, and his killing intent gradually subsided. The killing intent had been there since they left the coast of the East Sea. It was very faint and hidden in his sleeves. Only Zhao Liu could sense it clearly. As Jing Jiao woke up, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that had been invited finally disappeared. The heavy floating ice slid into the sea slowly with a horrible creaking sound, making a loud noise. The whistling chaotic wind occupied the cold sea again. The water like starlight rippled, like the light and shadow left by the sea surface in the night sky. The sword of the universe broke through the light and shadow and arrived in the chaotic wind. Jing Jiao sat at the head of the sword and looked at the far north. His eyes brightened slightly as he caught a faintly discernible line with a faint heat. It was the heat mark left by the crystal furnace of the treasured ship, which hadn't been completely erased by the cold sea water and the floating ice after so many days. Jing Jiao said, "You go back to Aoyama. I'll take Ada with me." Ada cursed inwardly, thinking that he also wanted to go back to Aoyama. The sword of the universe turned into a desolate sword light, heading toward the north of the ice and wind sea. Soon, it disappeared in the night sky, merging with the stars in the sky. The waves slapped against the floating ice, making a gurgling sound, as if the water was about to boil. The starlight shone on the surface of the ice, making it very quiet. "He brought us here to kill people, but he left us on the sea halfway. It's ridiculous." Zhuo Rizhui looked at Zhao Liu and asked, "Don't you think there's something wrong with this?" They all knew what Jing Jiao was going to do. But why did he bring them from the Guocheng Temple to the ice and wind sea if he didn't intend to take them with him in the beginning? Zhao Liu didn't say anything. "Why did the sect master pick the three of us to come here?" "Because we're young and talented." Zhuo Rizhui glanced at Gu Qing and said, "All right, you're not talented, but the sect master likes you." Gu Qing asked calmly, "What are you trying to say, big brother?" Zhuo Rizhui said, "It's clear. Aoyama will be ours in the future. Don't you feel the pressure?" Gu Qing didn't feel any pressure. A few years ago, Jing Jiao had told him that he should be prepared to be the sect master of Aoyama. Zhao Liu was the master of the Shenma Peak and an important figure in Aoyama, so he didn't feel any pressure. Zhuo Rizhui was a bit bored and said, "The problem is that the sect master is still so young. Why is he thinking about the future in advance?" It was obvious that Jing Jiao wanted to take the three of them on this cultivation journey to improve their states as soon as possible. But just like what Zhuo Rizhui said, why was he in such a hurry? "I feel it's a bit inauspicious. It's like he's preparing for his death." Zhuo Rizhui looked at the depth of the ice and wind sea and said with squinted eyes, "If it's really so dangerous, why didn't he take the sword justice with him?" Hundreds of miles away, the starlight was still bright, and the seawater was still like silver foil floating on ink. The traces left by the treasured ship couldn't be seen by naked eyes, but it couldn't escape Jing Jiao's perception. Ada opened his eyes. There was only him and Jing Jiao, so there was no need to pretend to be afraid. His eyes were cold and calm. He asked through his spiritual awareness, "This is a dangerous journey. Why didn't you take Yuan Qijing with you?" Jing Jiao said, "All you need to do is stall the young mysterious Dark Master for a while, and I'll be able to take care of this matter." He had been calculating what method Yin San would use to prolong his life. The first child sword was in the royal palace of Zhaoga City, so it couldn't be turned into a sword body. What would Yin San do then? Jing Jiao and the Zen master had calculated for many days in the Guocheng Temple, and they had vaguely found a direction. It should have nothing to do with the reincarnation of the Zen sects, and nothing to do with the Dongi Taoist sect. The treasured ship from Penglai Island was of no use to someone like Yin San, except for the crystal stove. It was evident that the broken pieces of the sun banner were used to increase the temperature of the crystal stove. In addition, there were also the lotus flowers in Yamatai and the missing dragon marrow in the fiend prison. All these details indicated that that person was attempting a path that no one had tried before: total transformation. If Yin San wanted to complete the transformation, what would he do? There was no rosefinch in this world, so he had no choice but to start with the Dark Phoenix. At the moment, both Yin San and the Dark Phoenix should be in their weakest state. Jing Jiao had the life board of the Dark Phoenix in his hand. Though he didn't have the lifeblood in it, he still had a way to control it. Ada remained silent for a long time, the expression in his eyes deep and gloomy. "That old man is very wicked. I can at most stall him for a few seconds. It wouldn't take a long time to kill someone, even if that person was Taiping Jinren. But how long would it take to find out the truth of a matter? Thinking of this, Jingjiu kept flying northward. The sword of the universe traveled faster and faster. The darkness of the night grew dimmer. The surface of the ocean grew whiter. The moment the morning sunlight appeared, the ocean and the land seemed to be connected together, and heaven and earth had also been connected together. The mark cut open by the treasured ship in a layer of ice was very clear, extending straight ahead. Into this chapter. Chapter 564. This was also the name of the chapter where Chun Tzu met. To be honest, the contents of these chapters were out of the main outline. I was being presumptuous. Recently, I've been in a bad mood, so I wanted to let this pair of brothers meet. They're all going to die, so why can't they meet? I am too impudent now. Let me write as I like when I write. In the northernmost part of the icy wind and violent sea, the strong wind whistled past, bringing up countless thunder-like rumbling sounds. The empty realm was compressed into a thin layer, and those terrifying whirlpools in the thunder region became enormous blocks of color. Now, they weren't as scary as before. Even a swordsman in the broken sea state couldn't stay in such a place for too long. Moreover, this place was only 7,000 miles away from the isolated ice peak of the snow country. No human cultivators dared to come here carelessly. The seawater here had long been frozen, and the ice layer was unfathomably deep. It was no different from land. In the whistling cold wind, the figure of a treasured ship was faintly discernible. Rather than saying that the treasured ship was breaking through the ice, it would be better to say that it was being dragged on the ice by the powerful force of the crystal furnace. Standing at the bow of the ship, the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect covered his head with his hands to block the blade-like, chaotic wind. His line of sight fell on the slightly bulging snowfield on his right, and he remained silent. It had been 7 days, and he hadn't said a single word. The treasured ship was moving too slowly. In the past few days, it had only traveled a few hundred miles to the north. In the eyes of a powerhouse like him, it didn't seem to be moving at all. Even if the Taoist master needed the crystal furnace in the treasured ship, he could completely dismantle it and fly away with it. Why did he have to trap himself on this ship? Besides, the lotus flowers of Yamatai had been plucked, the scales of the fire carp had been taken, and everything else was ready. Why hadn't they started yet? Was the enlightened master waiting for something? This speculation made him a little uneasy. What are you afraid of? Standing on the top of the highest mast, the dark phoenix lowered his head and shot him a glance, full of disdain and arrogance. Looking in the direction of the snowland, the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect sighed. This place is too close to the snowy kingdom. Who wouldn't be frightened? The dark phoenix said proudly, "There is nothing to be afraid of. The queen of the snow kingdom is the highest level of life. If you're destined to die, dying in her hands is the best ending." The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "But what if those people from the Aoyama sect catch up to us?" The dark phoenix turned his head around and looked at the dark front in the wind and snow, the expression in his eyes growing gloomy. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect walked below the deck with his hands on his head. As he listened to the clearer sound of the ship's belly rubbing against the ice, he couldn't help but frown. Pushing open the door, he said to the young man inside, "I don't feel well." Insan was wiping his face with a wet towel. Hearing his words, he put down the towel and asked, "Why not?" His eyebrows were still delicate, but there were many dark gray patches on his skin, especially on his body, which was covered by clothes. Bulges could be seen everywhere, like wood that was about to grow branches. No matter how many sprouts there were in spring, it was a very refreshing and moving scene. However, if it was on a human body, it would be a very ugly and terrifying scene. Now, he was no longer the young man who was full of life, enthusiasm, and kindness, but only a poor patient. He had the most terrible disease in the world. That disease was called time. Time could destroy everything. His body was rotting slowly as time went by. Dying was the best way to describe his current condition. It was a miracle that he could hold on until now. Of course, He was a miracle to begin with. I feel that Aoyama will show up all of a sudden. I know they can't find us, but I just don't feel well. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect rubbed his red nose. It was unclear if it was because his red nose had not recovered yet, or because he had been blown by the chaotic wind for too long. Jingjio will at most come here with Ada in his arms. If he wants to kill me, he has to be prepared to die. Insan said this with a faint smile while pressing down a bone under his ear that was about to pierce through his skin with a wet towel. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect asked with furrowed brows, "Where is Yuan Qijing? He is tired of what happened at the West Ocean. He won't tell the juniors on the mountain about it." After a moment of silence, Insan walked to the rootless lotus flower and said lightly, "And this is ultimately a matter between us brothers." It was unclear if it was because he had recalled the tall figure standing in front of him that day. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect asked with narrowed eyes, "Didn't you say he wasn't Jingyang?" Insan said with a faint smile, "Of course he isn't Jingyang, but he thinks he is. Who could do anything about it?" The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect said, "If he really thinks he is Jingyang, how could he come here alone?" The immortal Jingyang was very lazy, and the immortal Jingyang was afraid of death, so Jingjio should be the same. He will come. It's because he has a question that he can't find the answer to. Insan said calmly while stroking the lotus flower, "If I fail to achieve total transformation, I will die. If he doesn't come here before that happens, he won't be able to ask me anything." After flying northward for a long time, the surface of the Sword of the Universe was covered with a thin layer of frost, as was the case with Jingjio. The flying sword suddenly stopped, and the frost turned into thousands of snowflakes and left Jingjio's clothes. It was extremely cold here, and the heat mark left by the crystal furnace had vanished without a trace. The wind and snow were endless, making it impossible to distinguish the icy sea from the land. If it weren't for the notch on the surface of the ice, it would be impossible to imagine that there was a godly boat up ahead. The snowy kingdom was on the land to the right. Under the high and distant sky, one could vaguely see a transparent line, which should be the transparent icy peak. Ada poked his head out from Jingjio's chest and shook off the frost. He meowed in confusion, wondering why they stopped. Jingjio suddenly said, "Monk Huiyuan killed Chunwen. Even if it was Bilo Lin's scheme, it was too shallow to be his doing." "I'd have thought so." Looking at the icy sea in front of them, Jingjio said, "He knew that I could find these clues and that I would come to find him. He has been waiting for me." Ada was startled, thinking that he wouldn't agree to let Jingjio come, but Jingjio didn't listen to him. "Now, if the immortal had been prepared for this, we would all be dead." Jingjio said, "No one has ever attempted the total transformation, and he doesn't have the vermilion bird, so the chances of success are less than 1 in 10. Don't worry." Ada thought that according to Jingjio's calculation, if Taiping Jinren took the risk of the total transformation, the chances of him surviving would be almost 0, so why did Jingjio take such a great risk to hunt him down? Jingjio said, "I have a question to ask him. If he had failed the total transformation and died, who would I ask?" Ada wondered if Jingjio was going to ask him why he wanted to harm him. This was a plot that could only be found in an underrated novel. Jingjio said in the end, "He knew my plan, so he wouldn't start the total transformation before I showed up. Why did the two of you have to do this?" Ada sighed, thinking that Jingjio wasn't a person who was obsessed with the answer before. "Yes, I wasn't such a person before." Jingjio looked at the icy sea in front of him, the snowland by his side, and the sky above him, and those flattened whirlpools of thunder and lightning, remaining silent for a long time. A gust of wind suddenly arrived with the snowflakes, which hit the Sword of the Universe, making pa sounds like a piece of music. Jingjio closed his eyes, recalling the purest things he had seen in his life. The snow in December, the spring field in the small village, the question at the sword-washing stream, the girl in the snowland, the girl in the 3,000 nunnery, the girl in the green sky mirror. Then he heard a zither music. The zither music sounded like the tinkling of the spring water. The name of the music was called The Beautiful Cloud, but it was not a festive tune, but rather a clean one. It was probably because the young masterly into Yuan City was too cold in the snowland. As if it had been washed by spring water, his Tao heart became even more tranquil. He saw a shadow hidden in the deepest part of his mind. Many years ago, he and Tian Jingren had a spiritual awareness fight in the old Plum Garden Nunnery in Jiaoga City, and he defeated his opponent. Unexpectedly, Tian Jingren had left an extremely faint shadow on him. As time went by and his cultivation state increased, the shadow gradually showed a tendency to materialize. With a brightly lit sword heart, his Tao heart would naturally be brightly lit. This shadow couldn't harm him at all. It only caused a slight change in his temperament. It was precisely because the shadow did not cause him any harm that he usually did not notice it. Now that he had discovered it, he could erase it with just a thought, so there was no need to pay it any heed. But how did that person know? Congratulations on getting rid of a hidden worry. Ada asked sincerely, "Can we go back now?" Jingjiu asked, "Why?" "I haven't asked him yet. I didn't kill him." The sword of the universe cut through the wind and snow and kept moving forward. Ada was very angry. He buried himself back into Chu Li's bosom and kept biting his clothes. The crystal furnace was still running, and half of the crystals were left in the cabin, glistening like frozen fish. The godly boat halted on the icy ocean. Insan came onto the boat with the help of the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect. The dark phoenix flew down from the top of the mast and lowered his proud head to show his respect. "If I die, the dark phoenix will tell you how to get rid of the sword formation of Aoyama." Insan let go of the hand of the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect and moved to the railing of the boat slowly. He looked at the distant south and smoothed out the wrinkles on his new cloth. "Thank you, Immortal," said the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect while rubbing his nose. "But I don't want you to die because of this." Insan felt surprised, asking with a faint smile why. "Nobody is willing to be an old dog. I've thought of many ways to betray you, and I've also thought of how to humiliate and torture you if I succeeded. Of course, I've failed in my previous attempts, but I've always thought that I might succeed in the future." The sparse hair of the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was tousling in the chaotic wind, looking quite cheerful. "But now I think it's quite interesting to be with you and watch you do all these things." "Really?" "I also think it's quite interesting to live like this," said Insan with a smile. His face was a bit distorted, and his smile was a bit dreadful, but his eyes were still as limpid as before, and his smile was still as warm as the spring breeze. "He must have some ideas after he took your life board back then. You shouldn't do anything today and take a good rest." Jing Jiao continued to say to the Dark Phoenix, "If something happens to me, you can go back to Aoyama. They won't do anything to you." The Dark Phoenix said with a cold expression in his eyes, "If you're not in Aoyama, why should I go back?" It was then that the wind and snow abruptly stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky vanished without a trace. The colored patches formed by the whirlpool of thunder and lightning had also disappeared, leaving only a patch of blue in the sky. This patch of blue was so pure that it could strike fear into the onlookers. It looked extremely eerie. A dark speck appeared 100 miles away in the south. Has he become so powerful? The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect looked at that spot with narrowed eyes while rubbing his sparse hair, his lethal intent growing stronger. Insan took out the bone flute and wiped it with his sleeve, getting ready to play a piece of music. The wind and snow abruptly stopped. The sword of the universe shone in the blue sky, looking like a patch of blue. Ada drifted up and looked at the godly boat in the distance cautiously. There was no fear in his eyes, save for the desire to fight. It was his nature to be timid. Under the circumstances where there was no way out, the powerful rationality of the principal guard of Aoyama told him that he could only survive by fighting with his life on the line. Jingjiu was also looking at the godly boat. Insan looked at the dark speck in the sky in silence. The two of them met each other's gazes. It was the same as what had happened many years ago. The icy sea suddenly quaked, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. The waves formed on the snowland, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing toward the shoreline. He is indeed the immortal. Looking at San, the dark phoenix's eyes were full of admiration. Then he looked at the dark speck in the sky with awe in his eyes, saying, "The immortal Jingyang is truly outstanding. Outstanding, my ass." Looking in the direction of the snowland, the great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect had a terrible look on his face, as if his ancestor had just died. In the sky 100 miles away, Ada looked in the direction of the snowland with a terrible look on his face. A spiritual awareness came over from the distant snowy kingdom. The cracks on the icy sea and the snowy dust that looked like the galloping horses were all the energy that came with the spiritual awareness. There is only one person in all of Chaotian who could cause such a commotion merely by relying on the spiritual awareness from a distance of 1,000 miles. The spiritual awareness was too far away to cause any harm, but she was right here. In other words, she was looking at this place from a distance of 10,000 miles. The snowy dust came to the icy sea after passing the shoreline, turning into the light snowflakes all over the sky. The spiritual awareness was among the snowflakes. Everybody sensed a hint of curiosity. "It looks like you two won't be able to fight her." Ada looked at Jingjiu with a complicated expression in his eyes. "Do you two brothers want to fight her together first?" End of this chapter. Chapter 565. The spiritual awareness of the Queen of the Snowy Kingdom arrived along with the snowflakes in the sky. Though it didn't display any will, it had a clear intention. She was curious. Even the being of the highest state in Chaotian was curious about something. What was she curious about? Was it because some human cultivation practitioners had suddenly appeared in the northernmost part of the icy wind and violent sea that nobody had ever set foot on? Was it because of the white cat drifting in the snowy sky like a kite? Was it because of the pitiful rooster with a broken tail feather? Was it because of that bald old man? Or because of this pair of fellow apprentices? It should be the latter. Even the Queen of the Snowy Kingdom hadn't seen people like Jingjiu and San before. They were all inhuman beings. Moreover, San was about to undergo total transformation. It was a legend or even a myth in Chaotian, which had never happened before, and she had never seen him before. The faint and powerful spiritual awareness from the distant icy peak landed on the godly boat. After taking a look at the lotus flowers, the dragon marrow, the whale bones, and the carp scales in the room, it drifted up with the wind and arrived in the sky 100 miles away. Jingjiu intended to turn around and leave, but he was afraid of alerting this spiritual awareness, and he was afraid that she would notice something if he stayed on the spot. He didn't hesitate at all. After some thought, the spiritual awareness of the Queen of the Snowy Kingdom landed on him, and then it didn't leave. The spiritual awareness was still curious about him, and at the same time, it had some doubts. Why did it seem that she had seen this inhuman being somewhere before? "Let's go," Jingjiu said expressionlessly. His lips didn't even move, as if he was doing ventriloquism. He didn't dare use his spiritual awareness to talk to Ada, because he was afraid that the Queen of the Snowy Kingdom would hear him. Ada meowed nervously, wondering what was going on. Why did he suddenly leave? Wasn't he afraid of alerting the Queen? The Queen of the Snowy Kingdom didn't recognize her own spiritual awareness, but she must have smelled the scent of the Snow Girl. Having ascertained the fact, Jingjiu had no time to explain to Ada. He turned into a sword light and flew away. The speed of the sword of the universe was not as fast as his own sword. As such, he didn't ride the sword, but walked with the sword in his arms, using the underworld fairy sword. Since he created the underworld fairy sword with the king of the underworld in the fiend prison, this was the first time he had used this sword style to its fullest extent. Only when he turned into a black shadow on the horizon did Ada react. It meowed angrily and hurriedly chased after him as fast as it could. Living is like playing house. If you play the same role too many times, sometimes it's really hard to tell them apart. San stood at the side of the ship, watching Jingjiu, who was about to disappear into the horizon. He sighed and said, "His reaction is almost the same, and he's also almost the same as his fear of death. He did not know about the snow girl, so he did not understand why Jingjio had escaped so quickly. The queen of the snowy kingdom was still in the ice peak tens of thousands of miles away, but her divine awareness came here. According to his and Jingjio's level of consciousness, there was no need to worry too much. The old ancestor was very nervous. In such a cold environment, a few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. So did the Dark Phoenix. Though he had told the great Grand Master that it would be better to die at the hands of the Queen of the Snowy Kingdom if he had to die, who would want to die? Though they were all in the heavenly arrival state, their level of consciousness was not as high as that of Jingjio and Yin-san, so they were more likely to be injured by the Queen of the Snowy Kingdom's divine awareness. Immortal, what should we do next? The great Grand Master of the mysterious dark sect sensed the seemingly real spiritual awareness, feeling his mouth dry and his voice a bit hoarse. The spiritual awareness of the Queen of the Snowy Kingdom returned to the godly boat. She didn't launch an attack, but she still expressed her curiosity. Since she wants to see the total transformation, I'll let her see it, said Yin-san while looking at the ice peak in the deep part of the snowland. The Dark Phoenix was displeased. He said in a hushed voice while looking at the ice peak, "We're not like those monkeys on Shiriwa Peak. The immortal shouldn't be humiliated like this. It won't hurt to be looked at by others, not to mention this one." Looking in that direction in silence, Yin-san continued, "And the curiosity of the queen might be helpful for the total transformation." The two of them and the phoenix returned to the room at the bottom of the boat. The spiritual awareness of the Queen of the Snowy Kingdom had entered the room. The layers of formations on the godly boat had no effect on isolating the spiritual awareness. An invisible formation was drawn on the floor of the room with the spiritual liquid of the underworld. The great Grand Master of the mysterious dark sect reached his hand into the incense burner and used the devil fire to ignite the powdered crystals in the incense burner. 11 magic treasures of high state with pure energy were hidden under the floor. They were the bricks used to hold the cauldron of void. The so-called cauldron of void was the reflection of the crystal burner of the godly boat in this room. The ceramic cup was lifted up, and the gray bone marrow of the old dragon fell into the cauldron. The round wooden box was opened, and the scales of the fire carp flew into the cauldron. The armor box was broken open, and a large piece of the cartilage of the flying whale fell into the cauldron, becoming the best fuel. In the end, the southern bamboo split open from the middle, and the phoenix feather tousled slightly in the wind. The fire in the cauldron suddenly became dark and gloomy, emitting an eerie blue color. For some reason, a painful expression showed in the eyes of the dark phoenix. Yin-san took out the bone flute and placed it between his lips and started playing a tune. It was not the lullaby of the underworld river, nor was it the Huangmei song, nor was it any other famous tune in the world. It was a simple and natural tune, as if it were the flowing water, growing and multiplying ceaselessly. As the tune rose up, the fire in the cauldron grew stronger, and the broken pieces of the sun banner in the cauldron turned into ashes at a very slow pace. Yin-san walked into the formation with the flute in his hand and came before the lotus flower, continuing to play the tune. The lotus flower was neither in the pot nor in the water, but in the air, quivering along with the tune of the flute. It was not a dance. It was disturbed by the rainwater. A few crystal dewdrops emerged on the surface of the lotus leaves, rolling down along with the quivering of the leaves. It seemed that they would fall off at any moment, but they would always return to the center of the leaves. As the dewdrops rolled down, a fresh and clean energy came out and landed on Yin-san's body, washing away the rotten and old smell. Though it sounded pleasant, it was actually a painful process. It was because his body was washed away along with the rotten air. The branches protruding from the surface of his body and the dull skin and flesh were separated from his body and then fell down, turning into a puddle of flesh and blood under his feet. It didn't take long before his body was riddled with holes, looking like a criminal who had been dismembered. A few horrible holes appeared on his face, exposing his white teeth, making him look dreadful. A while later, Those teeth had started to fall off, and his lips had drooped down. But for some reason, the tune of the flute was still as melodious as before. Having suffered the most extreme pain in the world, a painful expression appeared in Insan's eyes, even though he was Insan. Huh, huh. The rotten flesh and bones kept falling down, and then his feet started to rot, exposing the white bones underneath. The Dark Phoenix couldn't stand it any longer, as he urged, "Immortal, use a drop of true dew." The tune of the flute couldn't be stopped, so Insan couldn't speak. He used a faint smile to indicate that it was not the right time yet. His usually fresh and amiable smile looked so miserable on his rotting face. The Dark Phoenix was so upset that he asked in a trembling voice, "Would you like to take a nap with your eyes closed?" The tune of the flute rose slightly, indicating that he agreed. "You said that Jingjiu was willing to take the risk to come here alone because he was tired of what had happened at the West Ocean. What about you?" The great Grand Master of the mysterious dark sect suddenly said, "You left those clues for him to come here. Do you think you're tired? Do you wish to die?" The tune of the flute suddenly became more tranquil, or rather, nonchalant, like the clear water on the lotus leaves. Guarding the peak, entering the underworld, washing Aoyama with blood. Meihui. The world was in chaos. 300 years in the sword jail. The pain of having one's body torn apart. Anyone would feel tired, right? Anyone would feel that it was tough, right? Insan closed his eyes. The great Grand Master of the mysterious dark sect bowed to him, saying, "I hope the immortal can get rid of all the sufferings." In the south of the icy wind and violent sea at night, a piece of floating ice was bobbing up and down on the surface of the black and silver ocean. Zhao Leu sat on the ice with her eyes closed, two thin streaks of frost on her eyelashes. She had driven away Zhuo Ruzhui and Gu Qing that night, but she stayed behind. It was extremely cold here, and the chaotic wind was bone-piercing. Even though she had entered the upper state of the free travel, it was still difficult for her to endure the cold. The stars in the night sky were very bright, but all of their brilliance had been taken away by a shooting star. She opened her eyes and looked at the night sky. She had finally felt relieved, and she spat out a mouthful of hot air. The fog had gradually covered her black and white eyes. When she made a wish when she saw the shooting star, all the wishes in her mind would come true. Moreover, that shooting star was her wish to begin with. The floating ice sank slightly. Jingjiu landed on the ice and walked to her side, lying down. He placed his hands behind his head and looked at the stars in the sky in an attempt to silence. Zhao Lei knew that something must have happened, but she didn't ask him about it. "I didn't kill him. All I did was take a look at him from a distance, and then I came back." Jingjiu said, "It was a bit shameful. Do you still remember the Four Seas banquet that year?" Zhao Lei suddenly asked. Jingjiu glanced at her, wondering why she brought it up. 30 years ago, he left Aoyama with Zhao Lei to travel around the world. They killed some wicked people and monsters, and they even killed a man at the Four Seas banquet. Then they left by sword hand in hand. The red line left by the thoughtless sword outside the cloud platform was an unforgettable scene for many cultivation practitioners at that time. It said that after we left, the young monk of the Guocheng temple whom you liked said something loudly. Zhao Lei looked at him and said with a smile, "It was, 'Come in high spirits and leave when they're done.' That's indeed the demeanor of an immortal." She brought up the past to tell him that if he wanted to kill Taiping Jinren, he could do it. If he didn't want to kill him, he could come back. No matter what he did, it would be reasonable, as long as he was happy. This was the first time Jingjiu heard of this. He didn't know that the young monk was so interesting, but he didn't feel relaxed. He didn't even accomplish what he wanted to do this time. How could he say he was done? He didn't kill his big brother, and he didn't find the answer to that question. This was the first time he saw his big brother after many years. When they were in the Guocheng temple, they were very close to each other, but they didn't really face each other. Thinking of the vague figure on the treasure boat, Jingjiu suddenly felt a bit tired. "I don't know if I'm sad because I'm tired or because I'm sad, but I'm very sad right now." When he said this, his expression was still so calm, as if he was as cold and heartless as all the cultivation practitioners in the world, including the disciples of Aoyama. But he was saying he was sad. Zhao Lei touched his face gently, saying, "Don't be sad." She was taught by him, but she didn't know how to express her feelings, let alone how to comfort others. She and he only knew how to express their wishes directly or do things directly. With a plop, Ada fell into the sea outside the floating ice. He crawled to the surface of the ice wearily, his whole body soaking wet. The strands of white hair on his body looked like the strands of cheese. As he was about to vent his anger on Jingjio, he suddenly found that the scene and the atmosphere were a bit depressing. He figured out the reason on second thought. He sighed, walked to Jingjio's chest, and lay down. End of this chapter. Chapter 566. Why would a person feel sad? Sadness was sadness. The spring breeze couldn't pass through White Town, and the hero couldn't pass through a beautiful woman. It was difficult to pass through love, and it was even more difficult to pass through life and death. Jingjio's sadness was not because of his cowardice, nor was it because he had seen that person. He had recalled many things in the past, at least not all of them. That person was indeed special to him, but he was still that person. If he could kill him with a swing of his sword, he would do it. We will eventually lose all connection with the world, and we will only have loneliness left. Jingjio said this to Zhao Lei while looking at the stars in the night sky and sensing the coldness of the sword of the universe while stroking the cat in his bosom. Zhao Lei didn't say anything. It was because she was very sad at the moment. Just like at the plum meeting, she felt that Jingjio was slowly leaving this world. Living in this world, one would encounter all kinds of unforeseen events, change of heart, and eventually death that one couldn't escape from. Even if the cultivation practitioners could live a long or eternal life, it wouldn't change anything. On the contrary, it would make them see all the departures more clearly. The Tao must be merciless, otherwise everyone would go crazy in the end. Even though Jingjio had overcome this obstacle, he would still experience loneliness from time to time in the process of pursuing the Tao. All the sadness, weakness, and anger originated from loneliness. It was not a bad thing. Like the wax that leaked out from the cut bark would become the most precious gemstone. Loneliness could help the cultivation practitioners find peace again, and their Tao heart would be at peace again. Many cultivation practitioners would seek this kind of experience intentionally in order to comprehend it. The successor of experiencing the mortal world in the Guocheng Temple had such an intention. Of course, it depended on one's ability to overcome it and absorb it, which usually required a lot of pain and a long time. That's it, Jingjio said. The stars were still everywhere in the sky. Heaven and earth were still everywhere. And he was still everywhere. It was the first time that he showed some ordinary emotion after coming back for dozens of years. But it was the end. Zhao Lei looked at him, her eyes full of admiration. Ada looked at him, his eyes full of awe. He could let go of the loneliness in such a short time because he had a higher goal. He was well aware that loneliness was the price he had to pay. I don't care if it's a thought or a piece of luggage. I don't care if you weigh anything. If Jingjio says he'll put it down, he'll really put it down. He no longer thought about the word loneliness, no longer sad, no longer angry, and calmly began to calculate. Just as Ada said, he wasn't this kind of person in the past. Then why did he become so stubborn all these years, going to so many places and thinking of so many ways to find peace? This might be due to the influence of the wisp of divine awareness left by Tian Jingren. But in fact, there was a simpler reason. He needed an answer. He had read many books on Shuriwa Peak and the Mirror Sect at the end of spring and the beginning of summer last year. And the conclusion he had reached was that the formation of dispersed smoke and cloud was problematic from the very beginning, which meant that the person didn't want him to ascend from the very beginning. Therefore, he needed the answer even more. More than 300 years ago, the Guocheng Temple was in turmoil. The former emperor was severely wounded by Taiping Zhenren and died after only a few years. The old monk with the highest seniority in the temple died on the spot and was forced to reincarnate as the son of a mountain demon. Then, he led Lu Xi and Yuan Qijing in a rebellion. If it had happened after the rebellion, the person would have had a good reason to harm him. But why did he do it before? And if that person intended to rule Chaotian again and carry out his crazy and evil idea, wouldn't it be better for him to ascend and leave the world? It was true that the question Jing Jiu wished to ask was as simple as that. Why did he do it? This question sounded like a common question in the third-rate novels, like another classic question. Why don't you love me anymore? It's not because you have become uglier. It's because I'm tired of you, so you look uglier in my eyes. Yet, everything in the world has its own rules, which are not as unreasonable as the love between a man and a woman. There must be a cause for every result, and there must be a reason for everything. This question was also suitable for the ancestors of the Zhongzhou school, by Ren. Regardless of the ambition of the Zhongzhou school, they would like to see Jingyang ascend and leave the world. But why did Byron sneak attack him and bring about so many unforeseen events? This question had been bothering Jingjiu for a long time. It wasn't until he heard the 3 last words of the monk Hui Yuan at the Pinggu temple that he vaguely understood the reason. That person had already transformed, died, or turned into another being. It would be hard for Jingjiu to get the answer from him. As such, he had no choice but to find the answer himself. How would he find the answer? What he needed was a rock from another mountain or a mirror to reflect his own reflection. It was a rare experience in the history of the cultivation world to succeed in ascending and then be beaten down to the ground. There were many disgraced immortals in the legends of Chaotian, but most of them were merely rumors. Only one of them could be true. After Nanshu was expelled from Aoyama, it was said that he found a manor cave of the previous fairy swordsman on an island in the ocean and obtained the inheritance, becoming the famous great grandmaster of the Foggy Island. The patch of ocean was the West Ocean. Interestingly enough, that island was called the Fallen Immortal Island. 5 years ago, Lu Xi wounded the godly swordsman of West Ocean and killed Nanchu with a swing of his sword. Wherever the sword lights reached, the disciples of the Western Sea Sword School suffered great casualties, and the divine guardian animal of the sect, the flying whale, had turned into countless huge chunks of flesh, sinking to the bottom of the ocean. The flying whale was too big. Even after such a long time, it hadn't been eaten up by the small fish at the bottom of the ocean. The rotten flesh exuded an unpleasant odor, rising to the surface of the ocean along with the tiny bubbles filling the air. The odor was so pungent that the formation couldn't dispel it completely. The disciples of Bihu Peak stationed on the West Ocean Islands had a hard time describing it. The peak master of Bihu, Chun Yutian, had participated in the sect master meeting and the Battle of the Cold Mountain last year, and now he had returned to the West Ocean. He was well aware of the feelings of the elders and disciples. Though the patch of ocean in front of him was vast, the odor here was far inferior to that of the lake on Bihu Peak. Though the spiritual source here was not bad, it was not as good as that in Aoyama. He sighed, wondering when the young immortal sect master would summon them back. As he was thinking of this, a bright red sword light suddenly appeared on the horizon. He was taken aback a bit, and then led the disciples out to greet it. What he didn't expect was that the young immortal sect master had come as well. Let Shuriwet Peak come and replace you in 4 years. Jingjiu said this before Chen Yutian could say anything. 4 years was not a long time for the cultivation practitioners, so Chen Yutian couldn't ask for more. Chen Yutian left according to Jingjiu's request. Zhao Lei shot him a glance and asked, "Why 4 years?" It was impossible for Jingjiu to say the number of years casually. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. Jingjiu didn't explain it, but said to Ada, "Search for it." It was said that the manor cave of the previous fairy swordsman, whom Nanchu met after he was expelled from Aoyama, was on this island. After the Aoyama sect obtained the West Ocean, they had searched the island many times, but they didn't find anything. The rumored secret manual of the fairy swordsman should have been taken away by the godly swordsman of West Ocean. But why was there no other trace here? What Jingjiu was looking for was not the secret manual, but something else. It didn't take long before a flash of white light returned to the stone window that looked like a huge painting. Ada shook his head. He didn't find anything. Even a guard in the heavenly arrival state couldn't find any trace. Was it possible that the legend was merely a legend, and the story about the fairy swordsman of the previous generation was fake? Zhao Liu said, if you want to find some ordinary traces, they might be in an ordinary place. They went to Xiaoming Island. The upper part of this island had been cut off by the godly swordsmen of West Ocean. The tunnels and the centers of the formations were as dense as spider webs, like the irregular combination of dots and lines, exposed to the public. Seeing the scene in front of him, Jingjiu thought of the heavenly punishment triggered by the fairy book and Lu Xi. After a moment of silence, he thought of Tong Yin. Tong Yin hadn't come back from the underworld yet, so it was unclear what had happened. A gust of strong wind rose in the library building. All the books hovered in midair, making rustling sounds as if they were being flipped by countless invisible hands. Standing in the midst of the ocean of books, Jingjiu reached out his hand and picked up a book after reading it for a while. It was an ordinary record of the fairy swordsman, describing the mortal's imagination and yearning for the cultivation circle. Most of the content was absurd, not worth mentioning. Yet, someone had left a sentence on one of the pages of the book. Both fairy and crazy, and so am I. Judging from the sword-like strokes and energy, Jingjiu determined that it should be the handwriting of Nanchu. Zhao Liu shot him a glance and asked, do you want to find the books? Jingjiu said, find all the old books in Haizhou City. Haizhou City had been built more than 10,000 years ago. There were many books in the provincial schools, the houses of the aristocratic clans and the wealthy merchants, and it was unclear how many books there were in the provincial records. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to collect all these books in a short period of time. Yet, the West Ocean was the territory of Aoyama, so they couldn't say it was impossible to the sect master of Aoyama. It took Chun Yutian and the elders and disciples of Bihu Peak 3 days later to return to Xiaoming Island with a sword boat full of books. They stopped on the cross-section of the island, which was as smooth as a cake. Regardless of how well those old books were kept, they still didn't smell good. Ada sneezed a few times when he smelled the rotten meat coming out from the bottom of the ocean. Jingjiu didn't care about this. He reached out his hand to turn the pages of the books along with the gentle wind, and started reading tens of thousands of books at the same time. It didn't take long for him to find the person he was looking for in the county records of a county under the jurisdiction of Haizhou and a miscellaneous book. A middle-aged madman suddenly appeared in that county more than 3,000 years ago. That madman would run to the seashore every day after he woke up, claiming that his clothes didn't fit him and that he needed to be thinner, and that he needed to be stronger so that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when arguing with others. When he was breathless and sweaty, he would go to a small tavern on the edge of the county to have a drink. The madman's favorite food was tuna and the rice wine of Penglai Island. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold his liquor well, and a few cups were too much for him. Then, he would repeat one sentence over and over again in a drunken stupor. Don't go out. Don't go out. If that were all, this madman wouldn't have been qualified to be recorded in the county records. The problem was that one day, he drank a little too much and spoke a few more words than he should have. That day, he grabbed the shopkeeper's hand with red eyes and nagged, "There's a fire outside. Don't go out." The shopkeeper was familiar with him, so he said with a smile, "If that's the case, why don't you go out and put out the fire?" The madman said seriously, "How can we put out the fire? We can survive if we stay here." The shopkeeper asked, "What if the fire also burns down the house?" The madman looked at the sky, feeling lucky, and said, "Fortunately, the walls of our house are made of iron. They are thick enough so the fire can't get in." The shopkeeper said with a smile, "Is there another iron wall in the sky?" The madman said seriously, "The sky is an iron cover." Hearing this, the customers in the tavern all laughed, and the air was filled with the smell of joy. The madman was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, "Since the heavenly secret has been revealed, let's do something." After saying this, he walked to the end of the long street and jumped into the sky. From then on, he never appeared in this small county again. The people in the tavern saw this scene with their own eyes and were shocked speechless. On that night, the largest cultivation sect in Haijo City was destroyed. Not a single person died, but the cultivation of all the disciples of that sect was crippled, and their cultivation methods were burned to nothingness. A few days later, a small sect in the West Sea suffered the same fate. A few days later, the state advisor of the Dragon Man Kingdom, who was most likely to see through the path of sky demons, was suddenly found dead on a shallow beach. The customers in the tavern still remember the scene of the madman walking to the end of the long street and jumping into the sky, as well as the absurd words he said, so they naturally linked these events to him. The problem was, who would believe these people's words? It was just some gossip that left a small mark in the county annals. I have an impression of these events. Ada slowly walked to Jingjiu's side and jumped onto his shoulder. He looked at the annals in silence for a while and said, "At that time, there were many tragedies in the West Sea." The sect master was going to see which evil demon was so arrogant, but that person suddenly disappeared. The sect master thought that it was the excuse of the northern sects to massacre the small sects, so he didn't investigate further. Now it seemed that the madman should be the legendary former sword immortal, and for some reason, he was playing in the mortal world. He suddenly thought of wiping out all the sects, but he gave up the idea somehow. Later, he lived on the fallen immortal island as a hermit and never showed up again. All he left behind was a secret script of the sword work, which contributed to the rise of Nanchu and the Foggy Island. Jingjiu opened the record of the sword immortals again. This time, those seemingly absurd words had a different meaning. There were two sentences on the page where Nanchu left his handwriting, which should be the self-evaluation of the madman. "I'm lonely in the sky. I'm alone. I'm lonely in the human world. I'm alone." It occurred to Jingjiu that the story of the spy had appeared in this world 10 years ago when he saw Xiao Zhao's post. He thought that it hadn't been a long time, but it turned out that it had been 10 years. Though he didn't understand it before, he understood it now. Recalling his arrogance and youthful vigor 10 years ago, and thinking of the chapter he had stayed up all night to write last night, he had mixed feelings. As a human being, there's no need to feel sorry, but he felt sorry for many people, including himself. Everybody will have a better life in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 567. He had been to heaven. He had returned to the human world. He was either a former sword immortal or an exiled immortal. The seemingly absurd records in the record of sword immortals were, of course, somewhat true. For example, the heavenly fire and the extraterrestrial demons. The exiled immortal had seen those scenes with his own eyes, but no one believed him because he was the only one who had been there. So when he returned to the human world, he was still alone. "He is a person like you?" Zhao Lei stared at Jingjiu and asked with her eyes wide open. "Yes, that person had succeeded in ascension and then came back like me." Jingjiu said, "The difference is that I didn't want to, but he wanted to, just like Byron, who is still outside." Zhao Lei thought of the middle-aged lunatic's words and suddenly felt a chill. She asked, "Is it very dangerous up there?" Jingjiu said, "I'm more used to calling it the outside. Whether it was above or outside, it was the other side of the Great Path. Whether it was called the immortal realm or some other realm, it was the world after ascension." Zhao Lei and Ada quieted down. This was the first time Jingjiu had talked about that world, except for what he had said to Zhao Lei. "It's really dangerous there because everything changes very fast." Zhao Lei didn't understand, wondering what he meant by everything changes very fast. Ada vaguely thought of something, but he couldn't grasp it. Jingjiu said, "I didn't go out for a long time, so I didn't have any contact with the so-called immortals. I only saw them from a distance." Tens of thousands of flying swords were burning among the stars. This was the scene he had described to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei had a deep impression of it, so she didn't forget it. Those flying swords would eventually disappear in the torrent of time, but they themselves were a torrent at that time. If every sword light was an immortal who had succeeded in ascension, how powerful would the torrent be? Even Jing Jio felt a sense of awe and trepidation when he saw those sword lights from a long distance back then. If the torrents formed by the flying swords of the ferrymen came from the outside world, the swordsmen of Chaotian and those alien lands would be destroyed instantly without any chance to fight back. Even if the queen of a snowy kingdom could kill a few of them, it would be of no use. Thinking of that scene, Jing Jio understood that banished immortals' fear of the outside world. He also roughly understood why Byron came back and some other deeper things. As far as the people in the underworld were concerned, the human cultivation practitioners were the heavenly demons of the outside world. And as far as the people in Chaotian were concerned, the immortals in the outside world were the same. Zhao Liu asked with a pale face, "Aren't those immortals the seniors who ascended from our place? There aren't so many ascendants in Chaotian." The meaning of Jing Jio's words was very clear. Those sword lights that he had seen from afar definitely did not belong to this world. It was very likely that they were ascenders from another world. But we can't be sure that they are the enemy. In the unknown world, anyone can be an enemy. It's just a possibility. Once a possibility happens, it's a definite fact. But why do you still want to go out? Is it worth the risk? If we want to talk about the meaning of life, it's to explore the unknown, find the destination, and understand the purpose of our existence. This is the only meaning. Jing Jio said, "It's something we have to do. It's not necessary to consider the risk." After a moment of silence, Zhao Liu asked, "This is the last question. What about the question you wanted to ask Taiping Zhenren? Do you have the answer?" "Yes," replied Jing Jio. He reached out his hand to destroy the record of the Sword Immortals, but he gave up on it after some thought and put it back into the ocean of books in the air. The peaks of Aoyama were shrouded in the clouds, but they were also in front of them. Yet, Jing Jio asked Zhao Liu to land outside Cloudy Town. It was the same old restaurant. With the help of the Gu clan, as long as this restaurant continued to serve hot pot, there was no need to worry about the business. In fact, it was hard for the Yuanyang hot pot to look like a pair. It was more like a battle between two armies. The red soup was boiling over there, and the white soup was quiet over here. Both had their own insistence. Zhao Liu ate 2 plates of tripe first. When the white soup began to bubble, she threw a green vegetable into the pot. Years ago, the disciple of the underworld that Yin San possessed was tied up by her and killed by Master Meng with a sword. Master Meng should have died in the sword jail as well. That night on the ice storm sea, Jing Jio said he was sad. It seemed that he didn't come here to reminisce about something. Then what was the reason? The white soup kept bubbling, and the green vegetable floated in it like duckweed. Jing Jio watched this scene in silence and didn't say anything. Ada lay on the windowsill, looking at the direction of the ice storm sea in the distance, also silent. The white soup gradually cooled down, and the green vegetable became very soft. Jing Jio fished it out and put on the table. It was then that Jing Jio realized that that person might have passed away. Everything was normal in Chaotian. Nothing was out of the ordinary, no matter whether it was windy or rainy. The sword peak was still standing quietly amid the moving clouds and fog. The reason Jing Jio knew it was because the jade egg of the rosefinch had suddenly emitted an energy. It was not a sign of hatching. It was because the spiritual soul of the rosefinch inside the egg had sensed something. Jing Jio walked to the windowsill and looked in that direction with Ada. Zhao Liu was still eating the hot pot behind them. She didn't intend to show that she was more of a foodie than Zhuoruzhui. She merely thought that Taiping Zhenren might not be able to eat hot pot anymore. The fog in Cloudy Town was as thick as ever. Looking at the other side of the fog, Jing Jio thought that he had at least confirmed that that person didn't intend to kill him. At least that person didn't intend to kill him before he and Lu Ci and Yuan Qijing attacked. Was this confirmation important? Maybe. Maybe not. The blood-red sword light illuminated the Shinma Peak. Gu Qing led Yuan Chu and Ping Yongka bowing to welcome them. Jing Jio said, "Ask the Gu clan to find a place in Cloudy Town to build a manor house with more rooms, a good view, and a quiet environment." Upon hearing this, everybody, including Ada, felt it odd, thinking that the scenery in Cloudy Town was not as good as the peaks in Aoyama, even though it was beautiful. And why did he want to build a manor house over there? To build a side manor? It was the human world, with mortals everywhere. Didn't he think it was too noisy? Jingjio, of course, didn't want to explain the reason. He said after some thought, one of the rooms can be shaded, but there should be a few more night lamps in the room to provide a better illumination. Guqing was even more baffled, wondering what Jingjio intended to do. When do you want it? He asked. 4 years later, Jingjio said. Guqing agreed. Later, he would send a message to the Gu clan so that they could make the necessary arrangements. But it wasn't over yet. Jingjio tossed the sword of the universe to Jingjio, saying, "Here you are." In fact, this famous flying sword of the fairy state had been in Guqing's hands many times, but was borrowed by Jingjio for temporary use each time. Jingjio's intention was clear. From this moment on, he would not use the sword of the universe anymore. Holding the sword of the universe with both hands, Guqing suddenly felt that the sword was heavier than before. Somehow, his mood became heavy as well. Everybody felt the heavy atmosphere, but they didn't know why. Even Zhao Liu and Ada didn't know what Jingjio was doing. They were all a bit nervous. Zhao Liu even began to suspect that Jingjio was about to leave Aoyama, her face turning pale. Tell Yuan Qijing that the grand ceremony for the enthronement of the sect master will be held in 4 years. Jingjio glanced at the Shanghai peak and said, "I'm going to stay behind closed doors. I won't see anybody." Having said that, he turned around and walked into the manor cave. The heavy stone walls fell down one after another, stirring up some dust. The top of the Shima peak became a bit cold. It wasn't a psychological feeling, but the reality. It was because the 3-foot sword had arrived along with the wind and snow. "Where's the sect master?" Yuan Qijing's solemn voice came out from the 3-foot sword. Zhao Liu, Guqing, and Ping Yongka turned to Yuan Shu at the same time. Yuan Shu walked forward with a bitter face and bowed to the 3-foot sword, telling it what Jingjio had told him. Hovering in the wind and snow, the 3-foot sword turned around and returned to the Shanghai peak. Yuan Qijing didn't say anything. "Master, I can't always do this kind of thing, can I?" Yuan Shu asked innocently while looking at Zhao Liu. Zhao Liu said, "The immortal sect master has found a sword for you, and it's being nurtured in the sword peak. It should be ready to use in a few years." Yuan Shu was so surprised that he couldn't care less about what had happened before. Ping Yongka was taken aback. Glancing at the sword of the universe in his big brother's hand, he asked innocently, "What about me?" In the manor cave, in the deepest part of the manor cave, the starlight sprinkled down from the ceiling, just like it had been for tens of thousands of years. Even the angle of the light didn't change. Jingjio sat on the cattail hassock with his eyes closed, his white robe illuminated by the starlight. He looked like a ferryman who had drunk too much and was dozing off. Hearing the footsteps, he opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Liu. Zhao Liu came before him and knelt down on her knees. "Is it so hard to pursue the path toward heaven?" she asked while looking at him. Jingjio said, "It's the same with love and plowing the land. Everything is hard." Zhao Liu felt sad, asking, "But why do people like you have to suffer so much?" Jingjio said calmly, "People like me have been worshipped by the world, but I've never thought of giving anything in return. Why can't I have to suffer? Moreover, it's not a hardship at all." The wind and snow brought by the 3-foot sword disappeared in an instant. The early spring arrived. The great formation of Aoyama was opened again, ushering in the spring rain. The wildflowers on Qingrong Peak were in full bloom. Many disciples of Aoyama were discussing this matter, indicating that Senior Master Nanwang's sorrow had lessened a bit. Unexpectedly, Nanwang rose up against the spring rain and left Aoyama through the passage opened by the great formation. A few days later, she came back from the east. Hundreds of sword strings formed an invisible bridge that brought her to the top of Shinma Peak. Guqing came up hastily to greet her. Nanwang arched his eyebrows slightly, asking, "Where is Jing, the sect master?" Guqing said, "My master is behind closed doors, and so is Senior Master Zhao." Nan Wang arched his eyebrows even higher. Suddenly, he saw the white cat lying in the wildflowers. He waved his hand to signal for Gu Qing to leave and walked forward to pick up the white cat. Ada was about to pounce on the cat and play with it, but he was annoyed at being disturbed by her. As he was about to reach out his paw to stab the cat, he suddenly found her energy was a bit unstable. Feeling startled, he asked through his spiritual awareness, "What's wrong with you?" Nan Wang said, "I went to Shuiyu Nunnery." Ada was startled, thinking that she actually went to Shuiyu Nunnery. Wasn't she seeking defeat? "It's impossible for a person like me to lose," Nan Wang said proudly. Suddenly, her face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 568. Ada was even more astonished, staring at her with widened eyes. He didn't feel relieved until he was sure that it was not a big deal, wondering if she didn't lose even though she had been beaten so badly. "Those women are shameless. They attacked me together because they had the advantage in numbers." Nan Wang wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth and wiped off the blood on Ada's body with his sleeve. "If the chief nun was alone, she wouldn't be a match for me," he said. Hearing this, Ada knew that she and the chief nun must have fought to a draw, but he wondered why she fought with the chief nun instead of going to find Lien Sanwei. After Jing Jiao became the sect master that year, Nin Wang began to doubt his identity. He brought Ada to Qingrong Peak and interrogated him for a long time. In the end, he was misled by Ada into thinking that Jing Jiao was the son of Jing Yang and Lien Sanwei. After staying behind closed doors for a few years, she left Aoyama and went to the Shuiyu Nunnery to find trouble with Lien Sanwei. She said resentfully, "That shrew is not here. I'm not sure if she has hidden herself after hearing that I'm going there." Ada wondered who was the shrew. Well, both of them were shrews. In the next moment, he thought that Nan Wang must have improved his cultivation state since he dared to find trouble with Lien Sanwei and could fight to a draw with the chief nun. It seemed that he had reached the upper limit of the broken sea state by now. He couldn't help but feel startled. It seemed that being affectionate might ruin one's life, but it didn't mean that one's cultivation would be affected. Having said that, Nan Wang returned to Qingrong Peak by stepping on the bridge of sword wheels. He drank a jar of wine on a flowering tree and entered a remote manor cave. There was a woman chained by 2 iron chains in the manor cave. Seeing Nan Wang come in, the woman knelt down slowly. The silvery bells on her body and the iron chains gave off a similar sound. Though she knelt down, she didn't make a sound. No sign of submission could be seen on her indifferent face. Her name was Nanzheng. She was captured by Nan Wang in a temple in the wilderness and brought back to Aoyama. It had been several years since then. Nanzheng was a fugitive of the southern barbaric tribes and an assassin of Bulo Lin, and in the end, she was the servant of Nanchu's body. For some reason, Nan Wang didn't kill her. "Shave your head later and change your clothes. I'll send you out of the mountain, and you'll have to figure out a way to enter the Shuiyu Nunnery," Nan Wang said. "Those women like to meddle in other people's business and save poor women. Knowing your background and the enmity between us, they will probably accept you." After a moment of silence, Nanzheng said, "Why do you want to go to Shuiyu Nunnery? I don't want you to kill anyone. I wanted to find out if Lien Sanwei is dead or not, and find out what has happened to Wadong." Nan Wang said, "If you do this well, I'll let you go." Sitting by the cliff's edge, Ping Yongka looked at Qingrong Peak on the opposite side, his fingers moving unconsciously. Dozens of thin and shapeless sword wheels appeared gradually between his fingers, and then intertwined with each other, as he was feeling at the moment. After he came to Shima Peak and became a disciple of Jing Jiao, what he learned was the endless sword style of Qingrong Peak. After a few years, his sword wheels had been cultivated to a high level, and he had become very familiar with the sword style. But how could he practice without a sword? There were some swords on Qingrong Peak that were suitable for the endless sword style, which he had heard from his big brother Gu Qing. His big brother must have heard it from his master. However, he didn't dare go to Qingrong Peak. He knew without his big brother's reminder that his master didn't like Qingrong Peak, and those senior masters and big sisters were much more formidable than tigers. Looking at the tightly closed stone door of the manor cave, Jing Jiu sighed. His master was behind closed doors. The senior masters were behind closed doors, and Big Brother Yuan Chu was also behind closed doors in preparation for inheriting the sword a few years later. Even Big Brother Gu Qing was behind closed doors in the hall, having put aside his other affairs. Jing Jiu was the only one who had nothing to do on Shenma Peak. He didn't want to ride the horses, ignore the monkeys, and didn't dare stroke the cats. It was truly boring. The spring wind blew over the ocean of clouds, and the wild flowers on the cliff quivered slightly. Jing Jiu suddenly stood up and walked into the Taoist hall. Yuan Chu was behind closed doors in the deep end of the Taoist hall. Gu Qing thought there might be an emergency, so he stayed behind closed doors by the window to make sure he could hear the monkeys' cries. Ping Yongka walked to the back of Gu Qing and found that his big brother's cultivation state was still in the initial state of the free travel after he went out with his master. But his energy was obviously different. Jing Jiu was more determined now, saying, "Big brother, I want to go down the mountain." If it were someone from other peaks or other cultivation sects, he would be very angry when he was suddenly disturbed while he was behind closed doors, and he might even be possessed by the devil. However, the cultivation on Shenma Peak had always been casual. Gu Qing opened his eyes and rubbed his face, saying, "My master said that only those who have broken the sea can go out of the mountain, unless he gives special permission." What Jing Jiu meant was that it was fine for Jing Jiu to go down the mountain, but it was meaningless to ask him. Jing Jiu should go directly to the manor cave to find his master. Ping Yongka said, "I want to go down the mountain, not go out. I plan to go to Yunqing Peak." Gu Qing was somewhat surprised. He looked at Jing Jiu and asked, "Aren't you going to wait?" Ping Yongka said, "Cultivation is after all my own business. I can't be like a little bird, waiting for my master's arrangement. My master is not an old man, so this is not important. What's important is that you can make this decision, which is better than me and Yuan Chu." Gu Qing said this while looking at Jing Jiu with a smile, showing an appreciative expression. Ping Yongka said innocently, "I don't want to be different from others on purpose. Big brother, don't misunderstand me." The disciples of Shenma Peak were good at speaking with an innocent expression. For instance, Yuan Chu, Ping Yongka, and Gu Qing would act like this once in a while. Even Cold Cicada, who didn't have a face, could give off this kind of energy accurately. But what was the meaning of an innocent expression? Was it innocence in the eyes, confusion, and ignorance? No, it wasn't enough. A bit of bitterness and helplessness should be added. The steep cliffs of the Sword Peak were enshrouded in clouds and fog. Ping Yongka felt that he was innocent as he walked among them. He was the only one on Shenma Peak who didn't have a sword. He felt that he was like a yellowing cabbage in the field, exuding a bitter taste from the inside to the outside. Walking on the treacherous cliffs, the higher he went, the more depressed he became. Most of the swords hidden in the cracks between the rocks and the cliffs were embryonic swords, which needed to be nurtured for hundreds or even thousands of years, and some of them were broken flying swords, which needed a long time to be repaired. It was very difficult to find an intact flying sword on Yunqing Peak, and those flying swords of high state could only be found by chance. Ouch! As he was thinking of all this, Ping Yongka was tripped by a hard object. When he got up while rubbing his nose, he found that it was a sword that tripped him. This flying sword emitted a faint blue glow, exuding a pure sword will. It was obviously of an extraordinary state. Jing Jiu picked up the sword and looked at it carefully for a while. In the end, he inserted the sword back into the cliff wall beside him and bowed to it solemnly. "Sorry, we're not suitable for each other." The sword quivered a few times and then returned to its normal state, indicating that it didn't care about it. Jing Jiu continued to walk towards the top of Yunqing Peak. When he passed by a cliff, the rocks above poked out and blocked the sunlight like an umbrella, making the already gloomy mountain even darker. "It's really like the underworld in the legends. So scary," Ping Yongka mumbled to himself, and quickened his pace, trying to get through this place as soon as possible. Suddenly, he felt something cold touch the back of his neck. He couldn't help but scream in fright and dash more than 100 feet away in an instant. When he turned around with a pale face, he found that the cold thing was another flying sword. That flying sword had a clear aura and a dark gray color. It looked very plain, but it gave off a strong sense of oppression. Its state was even higher than that of the previous flying sword. It was obvious that this flying sword had drifted down from the cliff above. Ping Yongka was taken aback. He walked back to where he was, took the gray flying sword, and looked at it. Then he said apologetically, "I can't. You'd better wait for other senior brothers and junior brothers to come." Having said that, Jing Jiao continued to walk up the peak. As he climbed higher, the sword wills in the peak grew stronger, but for some reason, Jing Jiao wasn't affected at all, walking as usual. In the following period of time, a dozen more swords appeared in front of him or fell into his hands. It looked like a coincidence. Some of those flying swords were cold, some violent, some steady, and some calm. All of them had their own unique features, but Jing Jiao didn't accept any of them. In Ping Yongka's eyes, these flying swords were indeed good, and he was grateful that they favored him, but it was still not good enough. What was good enough? Jing Jiao had never thought of finding a perfect flying sword. It was just that he had stayed on the Shima Peak for a long time, and all he saw were flying swords like the Thoughtless Sword, the Sword of the Universe, and the Swallowing Boat. When Jing Jiao arrived at the top of Yunqing Peak, he found 2 holes in the cliff walls, the size of which was just enough for a person to fit inside. Seeing the 2 holes, Ping Yongka recalled the scene when he met his master and senior master Zhao here a few years ago, thinking that he was extremely lucky. Then, Jing Jiao kept going up. After a while, he found a sword in a patch of rocks with cloud-like patterns. Half of the sword was inserted into the rocks, and the other half was exposed. It looked a bit odd, because the body of the sword was twisted and there were some marks like frost on it. Ping Yongka thought this sword was not bad and intended to pull out to take a look at it. But he thought of the broken plum from the twisted body of the sword, and then he thought of more things. It turned out that this was the sword his master had found for big brother Yuan Chu. But where was his own sword? Looking around, Jing Jiao found nothing but clouds and fog. The bitterness in his heart grew stronger, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Since he had nothing to do after returning to the Shinma Peak, he might as well stay here and cultivate and guard his big brother's sword in case other colleagues of Aoyama took it away. With this thought in mind, Jing Jiao sat down cross-legged. The formidable sword wills on Yunqing Peak had become much milder. At the moment, Ping Yongka didn't know what this meant. He didn't know how much benefit this seemingly random idea could bring him. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the people at the Shinma Peak came out one after another. Knowing that the sword had been nurtured, Yuan Chu went to Yunqing Peak without hesitation. In the dense fog, he quickly found the sword by relying on the 7-plumb swordsmanship of the Shilai Peak. But before his joy could come to fruition, it turned into surprise, because he saw Ping Yongka standing guard in front of the sword. Before he could express his gratitude, it also turned into surprise, because he found that Ping Yongka was in a strange state. The sword wills of Yunqing Peak surrounded him, slowly entering his clothes, hair, mouth, and nose. They were so gentle that they didn't cause any harm. The wind gently brushed against Ping Yongka's clothes, bringing with it a few inconspicuous sword lights. Yuan Chu was very surprised to find that his junior brother had tempered his body with the sword wills for 4 years, and he felt that his sword body had reached the advanced level. Zhao Liu, with her excellent talent in swordsmanship, cultivated in Sword Peak for several years, and finally cultivated the acquired sword body. Although Yuan Chu was her disciple, he couldn't learn it all. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel shocked and envious. No wonder the sect master wanted to take Ping Yongka as his disciple. It wasn't a random chance. It turned out that junior brother Ping was also a great genius. If his surname wasn't Yuan, he probably wouldn't have been qualified to enter the Shinma Peak. Thinking of these things, Yuan Chu sighed, stepped forward to take the sword, and turned to leave. Ping Yongka's cultivation was at a critical moment, and he couldn't be disturbed. Chapter 569. Yuan Shu didn't leave by riding the sword. Instead, he walked down Yunqing Peak. The sword didn't have a name yet. He intended to ask his master or the sect master to give a name. With a name, it would be easier for them to communicate with each other and become one with the sword. It was no good to be too hasty. As Jingjiu arrived at the foot of Yunqing Peak, the colleagues of Aoyama who had received the news came forward to congratulate him. A few elders even came forward to congratulate him enthusiastically. After Jingjiu became the sect master, he didn't move to Tianguang Peak as usual, but stayed on Shenma Peak. As a result, the people and monkeys on Shenma Peak had a higher status. Moreover, Zhenren and the disciples of Shuriwei Peak were sent to the West Ocean to replace Bihu Peak a few days ago. It was said that they weren't even allowed to come back to the grand ceremony of the new sect master. What had happened? It had something to do with the dispute during the reading of the will a few years ago. The disciples of Aoyama were certain that the immortal sect master was a narrow-minded person, so they treated Yuan Shu and the other disciples of Shenma Peak more cautiously. The crooked sword with frost flowers on it had been kept by Jingjiu on Yunqing Peak for 5 years. It had been 6 years since the spring rain. It had been 7 years since the internal strife of the Platonist sect. It had been 9 years since the Battle of the West Ocean. It had been 10 years since the Liu family distributed the tea. It was that year that Jingjiu left Aoyama to search for the magic treasures and sharpen the sword in order to repair his right hand. He went to the bottom of the cold mountain and met the underworld master in front of the huge, transparent wall, making an appointment with him in 10 years. The appointed time had come. On the day of the winter solstice, a gust of gloomy wind rose by the East Ocean. The amulet paper by the heavenly well drifted up slightly, exuding a strong energy. A thunder-like roar broke out at the bottom of the gloomy cliff. After a long while, an ugly mountain monster made up of rocks and plants slowly showed up. Even the commissioner of ghosts couldn't break through the formations set up by the Guoqing Temple and Shui Nunnery. So he had no choice but to stay on the cliff 100 feet below, lifting his head to look at the gray sky. A piece of fallen leaf floated down from the forehead of the ghost messenger, carried by the Yin wind, soundlessly passed through those formations and landed beside the well. That leaf was actually a person. That person's face was pale, her appearance young and tender, her eyebrows extremely light, and her eyes indifferent. It was Tong Yin. Tong Yin was carrying a box in her hand, but no one knew what was inside. He used the heaven and earth escape technique and still activated the formation. The runes on the cliff began to radiate light like the scorching sun. The ghost messenger below let out a painful howl, turned around, and crawled towards the dark underground. Tong Yin looked around, feeling a little strange. Some time ago, the attacks of the priests had finally slowed down. As a result, the underworld master suggested that Jingjiu go back to the surface of Chaotian to carry out that important task. It was then that he learned of the 10-year appointment between the underworld master and Jingjiu. Why wasn't Jingjiu here? There's no one around the heavenly well. Even if those runes had recognized his orthodox magic method, they wouldn't let go of the box. Tong Yin had a grave expression on his face, his eyebrows growing thicker. All of a sudden, he found that the glow of those runes had gradually dimmed. A small green curtained sedan arrived with the wind and landed softly in front of Jingjiu. Looking at the small green curtained sedan, Tong Yin remained silent for a long time. In the end, he chose to believe Jingjiu and walked into the sedan with the box in his hand. There was no one in the small green curtained sedan, and it looked quite ordinary, but it was not the case. Tong Yin didn't think about where the great grandmaster of Shui Nunnery had gone. He put down the box by his feet and closed his eyes. The small green curtain sedan quivered slightly, and then it left the ground and flew up. A minute later, Tong Yin opened his eyes. After some hesitation, he reached out his hand to lift up a corner of the curtain of the sedan. The whole cultivation circle knew that the small green curtain sedan was the sacred object of Shui Nunnery. It was unclear how Jing Jiu managed to borrow it. The curtain of the sedan was lifted, but no wind came in, and no sound was heard. The wilderness and Aoyama below flew backward at an unimaginable speed, and no details could be seen clearly. Tong Yin didn't put down the curtain of the sedan. Silence. He looked at the scenery that he couldn't see clearly. Having stayed in the underworld for so many years, he had seen too many black, white, and fire colors. He hadn't seen such green and rich colors for a long time. After a long time, the small green curtain sedan gradually slowed down, and its height gradually decreased. Finally, it came to the ground. The small town was full of fog. Pedestrians walked through the fog. Some were used to it, and some were surprised. They kept reaching out their hands to touch the fog. Obviously, they were tourists. The small green curtain sedan moved forward slowly, and people's discussions could be clearly heard. The strange thing was that the pedestrians didn't show any surprised expression, as if they couldn't see the small green curtain sedan. The sacred object of Shui Nunnery had its own magic. It was quite lively in the small town, and the discussions could be heard incessantly. It didn't take long for Tong Yin to learn where he was and what had happened. This place was very close to Aoyama and was called Cloudy Town. A grand festival was going on in this town to celebrate the fact that the imperial court had exempted the taxes of the South for 3 years. The reason why the imperial court was so generous was that the immortal Jingjiu was ready to become the sect master of Aoyama. The small green curtain sedan passed through the fog and the crowd, leaving the discussions behind. It came to a large house in front of a mountain outside the town. A stream flowed down from the mountain, passing through the house. Flowers and trees could be seen everywhere on both sides of the stream. Though the house was carefully designed, it had a natural wildness to it. The fog flowed along the stream between the flowering trees and the house. It was peaceful and refreshing. It was truly a fairyland in the human world. The small green curtain sedan stopped in the house. It was obvious that this was where Tong Yin would live in the future. Tong Yin took a look at the box in front of her and said, "I want to go to the sword jail." A crashing sound could be vaguely heard in the box. It was unclear if it was due to anger or fear. The small green curtain sedan quivered slightly and flew up again. It broke through the clouds and fog and arrived in the high sky, heading toward the green peaks up ahead. It didn't take long for a few sword lights to illuminate the sky. Guananshan led a few disciples of Aoyama to come up to the sedan. The relationship between the Aoyama sect and Shui Nunnery was complicated in the past. They were sometimes enemies and sometimes friends, depending on Lien Sanyue's mood. But the situation was different now. The two sides had become allies. At the meeting in the Guocheng Temple, Shui Nunnery had clearly chosen the side of Aoyama, ignoring Bai Junren's mood. Guananshan and the others thought that the person sitting in the small green curtain sedan was the great grandmaster of Shui Nunnery, so they didn't question her. They bowed to her reverently and made way for the sedan. They had no idea that the person sitting in the small green curtain sedan was Tong Yin, who had been missing for many years. The small green curtain sedan flew to the middle of the peaks, but it didn't go to the Tianguang Peak as Guananshan had instructed. Instead, it went straight to the Shanghai Peak. Guananshan was taken aback, wondering if the great grandmaster of Shui Nunnery was acquainted with the senior master sword justice. The disciples of a younger generation didn't dare stop the senior master and the master from meeting in advance, so they had no choice but to follow them to the Shanghai Peak. The ice and snow on the Shangda Peak didn't melt all year round, and it was extremely cold. Besides, the relationship between the Shangda Peak and the Qingguang Peak had always been bad. As such, Guananshan didn't stay for long after he brought them there. Looking at the small green curtain sedan, Yuan Qijing furrowed his brows slightly. He was obviously displeased. He didn't like conspiracies and plots, and he didn't want to get involved with them. He turned around and left without checking who was in the small green curtain sedan. However, He didn't forget to instruct Qi Yin that nobody was allowed to get close to the manor cave before the small green curtained sedan left. Tong Yin walked out from the small green curtained sedan with the case in his hand and came to the edge of the well. He pressed his hand on the wall of the well covered with snow and frost, shaking his head while looking at the gloomy and deep bottom of the well. He had just climbed out of the gloomy and deep heavenly well, and now he had to enter this cold well again. He thought that he and the word well were somewhat incompatible. No matter how displeased he was, he had no choice but to go there. He jumped into the well with the case in his hand, descending slowly along with the sunlight. He arrived at the bottom of the well after drifting for a long time. The dead dog, who looked like a black mountain, opened his eyes slowly and looked at Tong Yin with a warm expression in his eyes, as if he had some sympathy for this little child. He had lived in the dark and gloomy world for a long time, so he knew what it was like. Seeing the expression in his eyes, Tong Yin felt a warmth in her chest. She bowed to him respectfully and headed toward the deep part of the sword jail with the case in her hand. The passageway of a sword jail was as quiet as a graveyard, the same as when Tong Yin came here a few years ago. All of a sudden, the door of a cell gave off a thudding sound. It was evident that the prisoners in the cell were banging against the door. Soon after, a similar situation occurred in a few other cells, and the angry screams of the prisoners could be heard. Tong Yin thought that he was indeed a member of the royal bloodline. He could let his subjects smell his scent, even though he was separated by the case and the cells. The further he went in the passageway, the drier and brighter it became. When he arrived in the grand hall, Tong Yin halted his steps reflexively and looked at the lonely cell with furrowed brows. He had been wondering where the Aoyama sect would hide the snow girl. The sword jail was the best choice, but also the least likely one. It was impossible for the snow girl to agree to be a prisoner. Tong Yin pulled back his line of sight and continued walking in the passageway. It didn't take long before he arrived in the midst of the beautiful peaks. The sky was too blue, the sunlight was too soft, and the grass was too green. It was too beautiful to be real. This was the hermit peak of Aoyama. There was an Aoyama in front of him. Wildflowers were blooming all over the place, and the seemingly messy branches and vines revealed a sense of order. Tong Yin furrowed his brows again, feeling that something was about to happen. Outside the manor cave in Aoyama, the gemstones were emitting a clear red glow, indicating that someone was cultivating in seclusion inside. After returning to his own manor cave, Tong Yin arranged the formation. He didn't forget to reach under the table to turn the gemstones outside the manor cave from green to red, and then he opened the case. Apiao drifted out from the case. Her leaf-like black hair covered her forehead, and her translucent face was very pale, as if she had applied powder on it. She looked just like an ordinary child. After the ceremony, the immortal sect master will come to see you, said Tong Yin. Looking at the chessboard on the stone table, Apiao said, "There's an unfinished game here." Those scattered chess pieces were placed by Jing Jiao and Tong Yin several years ago, representing the situation between the Aoyama sect and the Zhongzhou school. Tong Yin glanced at him and asked, "You still want to play chess?" Apiao said, "I've never won against you in the underworld, so I'm really not interested. But I'm not the one who placed the chess piece this time." Hearing this, Tong Yin was silent for a long time, and then he said, "He's the sect master of Aoyama now. How can you win against him?" Apiao came up to him and slapped his chest with her palm. The seemingly simple movement was as fast as lightning, giving people a feeling that it was impossible to dodge. Tong Yin had stayed in the underworld for several years, and Jin Yuan had scattered a lot, so he was in an extremely weak state, making it even more impossible for him to dodge. With a light paw, Apiao's leaf-like hand fell on Tong Yan's chest. Tong Yan's face turned even paler, and 2 streams of blood flowed out from his ears. "You should be half a teacher to me, but I'm sorry, there are things I have to do, so I have to trouble you," Apiao said earnestly while looking at him. Tong Yin raised his hand and wiped off the blood on his cheek, saying, "You made your move at the wrong time." "Why?" Apiao asked with her innocent eyes wide open. You should have made the first move when you were outside, said Tong Yen. A hint of fear appeared in Apiao's eyes as she said, that small green curtained sedan is a bit strange. I'm scared. This is the Hermit Peaks of Aoyama, said Tong Yen. Even if you kill me, you can't get out of here. Is that so? Apiao walked to the door of the manor cave, took out a bamboo flute from somewhere, brought it to her lips, and blew a few notes. The stone door opened without any wind. Apiao turned to Tong Yin and said with a smile, You said I would be the student of the immortal sect master, but in fact, I already had a teacher before that. That teacher must be extraordinary, said Tong Yin. Apiao said, My teacher, Tai Pingzhenren, of course he's extraordinary. That explosive update has nothing to do with me. For me, explosive update is impossible, not even in this life. Also, a few days ago, I suddenly found that the system was canvassing for votes in QQ reading, and it even used my tone. No wonder some readers were so angry that they said they wouldn't vote for me anymore because of my updates. It seems that they are new readers. Please understand, I'm very grateful for your votes. I haven't canvassed for votes for several years. It has nothing to do with me, so don't be angry. Chapter 570. After Apiao left, the stone door of the manor cave was closed again. Looking at the closed stone door, Tong Yin remained silent, thinking that it was Tai Pingzhenren who was playing chess on the opposite side of the chessboard. In this case, it was not unacceptable to lose this game. But the question was, how was this little guy going to leave the Hermit Peaks? Even if Tai Pingzhenren knew about the other passages in the Hermit Peaks, it had been more than 300 years. How could the immortal Lu Xi and Jing Jiao not prepare for it? When Jing Jiao took him away from the Hermit Peaks, he didn't even know how he left. When he opened his eyes, he found himself at Tianguang Peak, and then he went to the underworld. But this was not something he needed to think about. He closed his eyes and started to heal himself. He was so badly injured that he couldn't stand up in a short time, so he couldn't open the stone door to inform Jing Jiao. Apiao didn't leave the Hermit Peaks directly, but went to another green peak. Wildflowers were blooming on that peak, and the branches and vines were flowing on the cliffs like hundreds of waterfalls, forming irregular lines that were not written in words. In the deepest part of the wildflowers, there was an inconspicuous abode of immortals. Fang Jingtian had been doing closed-door training in this abode of immortals for 9 years. Apiao took out the bamboo flute and played a soundless piece of music. The wildflowers swayed with the sound of the flute, and the branches and vines began to move slowly, making rustling sounds as if it was raining. Then, he inserted the bamboo flute into the soil. 1/3 of the flute was submerged in the soil, and 2/3 of the flute was exposed. The wildflowers and the branches and vines were still moving, and the invisible rain was still falling from the sky. The bamboo flute quivered slightly. Nourished by the rain, it grew many branches at a speed visible to the naked eye. The growth was still going on. Green leaves appeared on those branches, and then flower buds began to bear. There were exactly 7 flower buds. Apiao was already over 10 years old, but the people of the underworld were all petite, so she looked like a child of 5 or 6 years old. After finishing what Tai Pingzhenren had asked him to do, he was a little nervous and tired. He sighed subconsciously and looked like a little adult. As Tong Yin thought, the most troublesome thing was how to leave the Hermit Peaks. Apiao was not sure whether the immortals' arrangement worked or not. With these worries, he drifted away from the verdant peaks and arrived at a certain place. Then, he evaded the tactical formation in a sorry state and entered the sword jail in the mountains. The passageway in the sword jail was dark and gloomy. The underworld monsters in the cells on both sides sensed his aura and rushed to the door again, letting out cold and gloomy voices. His voice was so cold, but his mood was so joyful. Apiao waved her right hand, greeting the prisoners on both sides like an emperor, but she didn't try to unlock the cell's restriction. He didn't have the ability to do so, and he didn't want to anger that lord. Greetings, Lord Knight Howler. Piao drifted in midair and stopped in front of Dead Dog. He folded his hands and bowed to him in the most respectful manner in the underworld. Dead Dog opened his eyes slowly. He looked at Jing Jiao in silence, not giving any response. Tong Yin had brought the box to the Hermit Peaks. The ghost in the box had come out, but Tong Yin was still in the Hermit Peaks. It was evident that something was amiss. Dead Dog was quite familiar with the underworld, so he wasn't very vigilant. He could kill any formidable monster with one bite. "You can't eat me," Ah Piao said to him in a pitiful manner. "I'm the future king of the underworld. The peace you two immortals want is on me, and I'm merely a harmless letter." Dead Dog closed his eyes, paying no more attention to Jing Jiao. Ah Piao looked up along the sunlight. He knew that it was not the time to leave yet, and he had to wait for Yuan Qijing to leave. Thinking of what he would do next, he displayed an innocent expression on his face, thinking that he didn't dare offend anyone even if he didn't want to. The representatives of various sects had all arrived. There was no doubt that all the sects qualified to participate in the grand ceremony of the sect master of Aoyama had sent their representatives, and the representatives they sent were all of high status. The representative from the Zhongzhou school was Bai Zhenren. She only brought Bai Zhao, Xiang Wanshu, and a few other young disciples. The Zen master of the Guochang temple came in person with a lotus sedan. Bu Qiuxiao came with Shi Yun and Lu Shui. The sect master of Shui Yu Nunnery came with Zhen Tao. The sect master of the Platonist sect, Chun Xueqiao, came with Sensei. The sect master of Ozawa came with the left commissioner. The sect master of the Mirror sect came with Kanyang. The sect master of Kunlun, He Wei, showed a hateful expression. The representatives from the imperial court were still the Duke of He and the chief commander of the Pure Heaven Bureau, Zhang Yai. Normally, Shilai Peak should receive the representatives of various sects, but the sect master of Shilai Peak, Fong Jingtian, was still behind closed doors in the Hermit Peaks, so he had no choice but to give it up. The sect master of Shanghai Peak, Yuan Qijing, had a high status and was too old. The peak master of Shuriwe, Guangzhou Zhenren, was far away at the West Ocean and wouldn't come back to participate in the grand ceremony. The peak master of Qingrong, Nan Wang, didn't have the patience to take care of these trivial affairs. The peak master of Yunxing, Fu Wang, felt humiliated a few years ago, so he was too embarrassed to attend the ceremony. As such, the peak master of Bihu, Chun Yutian, led by Guinan Shan and other disciples of Liangwang Peak, was in charge of receiving the representatives. Undoubtedly, this was the most important event in the cultivation circle in the last hundreds of years, even more important than the Dao competition held by the Zhongzhou school a few years ago. The weather was excellent thanks to the great formation of green sky. The swordsmen of various sects sat on the cloud platforms, looking like fairy immortals. The scenery of Tianguang Peak was as picturesque as a painting in everyone's eyes. The sect masters and sect masters of various sects looked at the stone tortoise on top of Tianguang Peak with the stone monument on its back, their expressions turning solemn. There was a small hut behind the stone monument, with a chair in it, which was still empty. Dozens of gazes were fixed on the chair, each with a different emotion, but they were all complicated. It was said that Jing Jiao had entered the broken sea state a few years ago and became the person with the fastest cultivation speed in history. It could be said that he had surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Many important figures in the cultivation circle, including Bu Qiuxiao, couldn't figure out how he could advance so fast. Compared to him, those so-called geniuses were nothing more than dog poop. In the next moment, someone recalled that Zhu Ruzhui and Zhao Liu had also entered the upper state of the free travel a few years ago, and they were on the verge of breaking through the broken sea state. It was truly uncanny. How did the Aoyama sect achieve it? It's the legacy of the immortal Jingyang. Bu Qiuxiao had a clearer view of this matter than anybody else. He glanced at Lu Shui, thinking that Lu Shui could be counted as a person who had benefited from this. A small cyan, curtained sedan flew over from a distance and landed beside Master Shui Yu Nunnery. Many people knew that this was the sacred item of the Grand Supreme Elder, Shui Yu Nunnery. They were surprised, wondering why they didn't come with him. Before they could figure it out, Yuan Qijing arrived at the top of Tianguang Peak on the 3-foot sword, followed by Nan Wang. They all greeted him, knowing that the grand ceremony of enthroning the sect master of Aoyama was about to begin. Master Shui Yununri took a look at the small cyan-curtained sedan, frowning slightly. She had achieved some achievements in cultivation, but she still looked like a young girl. Her eyebrows were pretty, and there was a peach petal between them, which was quite beautiful. She frowned slightly, and the peach petal trembled slightly, emitting a fresh breath. She had used the connection of heavens and men without a sound. Master Shui Yununri felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was when he looked around. There were at least 1,000 cultivators around Tianguang Peak, but they didn't make any noise, which made the atmosphere very solemn. The grand ceremony of enthroning the sect master of Aoyama was the focus of everyone. Even the Zhongzhou school wouldn't dare to make trouble at this time, let alone the evil sects and demons. If something were to happen, it could only be the internal affairs of Aoyama. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sword chime, and she couldn't pick it up anymore. The sword chime was very bright and clear, resounding between heaven and earth and resounding in everyone's heart. It was like a drop of dew falling from the edge of a huge lotus and shattering into powder on the surface of the most precious white jade in the world. Accompanied by the sword chime, Jing Jiu came to the peak and walked toward the chair. Zhao Liu, Gu Qing, and Yuan Shu were watching the scene from a short distance away. Innumerable people were also watching the scene. The sunlight fell down from the bottom of Shanda Peak and fell on the dead dog at the same time as the sword chime. In the meantime, the dead dog heard another sound. It was the sound of flowers blooming, and there were plum blossoms, 7 plum blossoms. The dead dog shot a glance at Apiao. Apiao's small face turned pale. The dead dog didn't pay any attention to him. He walked to the deep part of the sword jail, noiselessly, like a black cloud. Apiao knew that she had finally passed this hurdle. She drifted upward while rubbing her small face with a lingering fear. The sceneries in the Hermit Peaks were more beautiful than those in the outside world, including the blue sky and white clouds and the green cliffs of Aoyama. However, it was rare to see such a flourishing scene of flowers. Looking at the green peak in front of him and the fragmented flowers all over the mountains and fields, the dead dog found the bamboo flute easily. The bamboo flute didn't look the same as before. It had countless branches and 7 plum blossoms on it, each of them blooming. Along with a squeaking sound, the stone door of the manor cave in the peak was opened slowly. The vines covering the outside of the flute broke into pieces and dropped to the ground helplessly. The 2 silvery eyebrows looked like the Milky Way in the night sky as a gentle breeze blew over. Fang Jingtian had come out from behind closed doors. His energy was restrained, and the expression in his eyes was nonchalant. He looked ordinary. As he took a step forward, a sword light shot out from his body and landed in the sky after traveling a great distance. This was the cultivation state of the figure in the heavenly arrival state. The strange thing was that the sky didn't change after receiving the sword light. The cultivation practitioners would be sensed by heaven and earth when they entered the heavenly arrival state, unless they used a powerful formation or magic treasure to isolate it in advance. But why didn't Fang Jingtian do so? It was hard to understand, but the expression in the dead dog's eyes was quite calm. It was evident that he knew the reason. Fang Jingtian came to the front of the bamboo flute while stepping on the wild flowers on the ground. Silent, he looked at the flowers for a while. The 7 plum flowers were invisible, and the branches and leaves turned into dust and flew away. The bamboo flute was still the same bamboo flute. Jing Jiu picked up the bamboo flute and played a few notes casually. He found he wasn't good at it, so he shook his head with a faint smile and bowed to the dead dog calmly. An appreciative expression showed in the dead dog's eyes. After the Battle of the West Ocean, Fang Jingtian was punished by Yuan Qijing to stay in the Hermit Peaks. He couldn't come out unless he reached the heavenly arrival state. Fang Jingtian and Guan Yunjin were the most likely to break through the heavenly arrival state in the Aoyama sect But it was not an easy task to break through the heavenly arrival state. In the history of the cultivation circle, countless cultivation practitioners who had the potential to break through the heavenly arrival state had failed at the threshold. The dried corpses in the hermit peaks were the proof. In a sense, what Fong Jingtian faced was the true death gate. This tremendous pressure could sometimes help the cultivation practitioners advance, but sometimes it would become a mental barrier. Unexpectedly, it took him only 9 years to break through the death gate and enter the heavenly arrival state. It's not fair. An aged and resentful voice suddenly burst out on a green peak. If Taiping hadn't helped you, you idiot wouldn't have been able to advance faster than me. I'm not satisfied. Fong Jingtian furrowed his brows slightly, not knowing from which peak his colleague was in that manor cave. The dead dog knew that he was a swordsman on Machin Peak, and he was regarded as a genius in sword work when he started his cultivation. He had reached the upper limit of the broken sea state after merely 200 years of cultivation. 600 years ago, during the internal strife in Aoyama, Machin Peak was massacred, and this person surrendered quickly. Taiping Jinren valued his talent and allowed him to stay behind closed doors in the Hermit Peaks. However, this person hadn't crossed the threshold after so many years. The old voice that was filled with resentment and hatred did not ring out again. The dead dog came to the front of that green peak and opened the stone door of the manor cave. He found that the person was already dead. Looking at the skinny body and the twisted and dreadful face, the dead dog showed a nonchalant expression in his eyes, devoid of any sympathy or pity. He picked up the skinny corpse with his mouth and leapt up on the cloud. He came to a remote mountain in the Hermit Peaks and put the corpse into a small cave that looked like a shrine. Then he inhaled deeply. The sword light illuminated the mountain of corpses. A flying sword of an extraordinary state flew out from a corpse. The sword landed on the dead dog's ear like a strand of hair. The dead dog didn't pay any attention to Fong Jingtian, who was leaving. Yuan Shijing had said that Fong Jingtian would be able to leave the Hermit Peaks as long as he could enter the heavenly arrival state. As for whether Aoyama would have another internal strife, it was a matter between the two brothers. The dead dog didn't want to get involved this time. As the dead dog buried the corpse, Fong Jingtian had already arrived in the sword jail. When he saw the cell at the deep end of the narrow and long passageway again, he suddenly had a different feeling. His master had been imprisoned here by them. But who was in there now? There were many things he had to do that day. Jingjio didn't think too much about it. He kept moving forward along the dark and gloomy passageway and stopped in front of another cell. Chapter 571. Jingjio carried the white cat to the peak and sat on the chair. He did not pause on purpose, nor did he look around proudly, nor did he speak. He didn't do anything that would leave a deep impression on the people present and make them remember this historic moment. The whole process was very normal. It was as if he was a little tired and laid down on the bamboo chair. Yet what he took over was not a small territory, but the most powerful orthodox cultivation sect in Chaotian. So someone had to arrange something for him. Next, it would be the 10,000 sword salute, or perhaps the heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Zen master would recite a passage of scriptures, and Yuan Shijing would smile without saying anything. Then his identity would be confirmed. Of course, even without these procedures, he was still the sect master of Aoyama. However, there were many things in the world that required a sense of ceremony to express his congratulations. At this moment, the sound of wheels suddenly came from the peak. A wheelchair was gliding up the steep mountain path of Tianguang Peak. Even though there were so many steps, the wheelchair did not pose any obstacles. It was as if the wheelchair had floated up. A skinny old man sat in a wheelchair. His eyes were sunken, and his breathing was weak. His white hair covered his body, and he looked like he could die at any moment. Fong Jingtian pushed the wheelchair with an indifferent expression. His two white eyebrows fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. An uproar arose in the surroundings when they witnessed this scene. The representatives of the various sects were speechless. They could see the shock in each other's hearts. The disciples of Aoyama were even more nervous. After the Battle of the West Ocean, Fong Jingtian entered the Hermit Peaks to do his final closed-door training. Everybody guessed that it had something to do with Taiping Jinren. It must have been Yuan Qijing's punishment. Why did Fong Jingtian leave the Hermit Peaks today and show up here? Could it be that he had already successfully entered the reaching heaven state? If that was the case, why didn't the heavens and earth react to it? The great figures in the reaching heaven state were not ordinary cultivators. They could make the wind and rain fall with just a wave of their hands. When they first broke through to the next level, they would definitely cause countless strange phenomena. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky. The raindrops turned into threads and sprinkled on the top of Tianguang Peak, instantly drenching the trees and the people's clothes. How could such a gentle drizzle pass through the barrier of the clear sky array? This was the phenomenon brought about by Fong Jingtian's breakthrough. When he was in the Hermit Peaks, his cultivation state was isolated and suppressed. He came to the real world, and it rained. At that time, he had only said that it was normal. This sentence was referring to Fong Jingtian. As far as the cultivation practitioners in Xiaotian were concerned, this master of Shilai Peak was the third most important figure in the Aoyama sect, and also the third disciple of Taiping Jinren. Compared to the fame and power of Reverend Liu Ci and Yuan Qijing, he was too inconspicuous to deal with files and sect affairs in Shilai Peak all year round. If it weren't for the two white eyebrows that fluttered in the wind, many people would even mistake him for an ordinary rich man. But Bai Zhenren, Bu Qiuxiao, and the others had never looked down on him. The reason was simple. Taiping Jinren took on Yuan Qijing and Liu Ci as his personal disciples, and then took on the underworld master as his personal student. Next, it was Fong Jingtian's turn. How could such a person be ordinary? Countless gazes followed the wheelchair as it moved toward the peak top. Fong Jingtian had already entered the heavenly arrival state, so he could leave the Hermit Peaks. Nobody could say anything against him. Moreover, who could say anything against a figure in the heavenly arrival state? Even for sects like the Aoyama sect and the Zhongzhou school, the figures in the heavenly arrival state were the cornerstones of the mountain sects. They could only be respected, but not restricted. The wheelchair came to the peak top. Looking at the bottom of the hut, Fong Jingtian said, "I've already entered the heavenly arrival state." Everybody knew that he would compete for the position of the sect master once he entered the heavenly arrival state, but they didn't expect the day to come so soon. Everybody wanted to know how Jingjiu would deal with the current situation. "Very good," Jingjiu said calmly. He looked at Fong Jingtian as if he were looking at an outstanding junior, and his words were full of appreciation. Of course, only a person like Gu Qing could sense the appreciation in such a simple word. It was drizzling on the top of the Tianguang Peak. Gu Qing didn't have the time to wipe the water stains off his face. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Congratulations, Senior Uncle Fong." This is... Fong Jingtian cast an indifferent glance at Gu Qing. Gu Qing couldn't finish what he wanted to say, his face turning pale. He had used the sword while on his body in the presence of the sect master and the experts of the other sects, which was extremely arrogant. In the current Aoyama sect, only Yuan Qijing could suppress Fong Jingtian. Fong Jingtian was superior to him both in terms of cultivation state and experience. But he kept staring at the skinny old man in the wheelchair, the look in his eyes complicated and cold, saying nothing. The crowd's line of sight fell on the skinny old man, giving rise to many doubts. Fong Jingtian had entered the heavenly arrival state and become a great figure of his generation, but he had left the Hermit Peaks with this man. This man must have an extremely important status. Who was he then? Gu Qing didn't have time to ask. Yuan Qijing didn't need to ask, and neither did Jingjiu, but he had to ask. He looked at the skinny old man in the wheelchair and asked, "Who are you? Is it important?" Fong Jingtian looked at him indifferently and said, "The key question is, who are you? Is it important?" Jingjiu gave the same answer, with one word less. Fong Jingtian said, Of course it's important because it has to do with whether today's ceremony will continue or not, and whether you can sit in this chair or not. Hearing this, the crowd burst into an uproar again. Even if he wanted to fight for the position of sect master, why did he have to be so direct and unyielding? The blood-red sword light illuminated the peak top. Zhao Liu came to the field and looked at Fang Jingtian expressionlessly. Gu Qing steadied his breath and took a few steps forward with the help of Yuan Shu. Ruzhui yawned and walked out with his arms crossed. Guinan Shan took a look at him and smiled helplessly, thinking that he was a disciple of Tingguang Peak and didn't need to be so anxious. But he walked out as well. Soon after, more and more disciples of Aoyama came out. Needless to say, Jing Jiu's admirers, such as Lei Il Kyung and Yao Songshan, also came out. Yu Siluo, Gu Han, and the others also came out. Tingguang Peak, led by Elder Mo Qi, and Bihu Peak, led by Chun Yutian, also expressed their opinions without hesitation. Even if he was a figure in the reaching heaven state, how could he go against the decision of the entire Aoyama? Only the elders and disciples of Shilai Peak stood where they were. They wanted to show their support for Fang Jingtian, but they were afraid of being punished by the sect rules. I don't like Jingjiu either, but I still advise you not to act recklessly, because no one will support you. Nan Wang looked at Fang Jingtian and said emotionlessly, "This is the posthumous edict of our senior brother's sect master. He should be respected, including you." She was really annoyed. They had done it once a few years ago. Did they want to repeat it? Third senior brother finally broke through the heavenly arrival state, which was a good thing. Why did they have to make such a fuss? With so many sect masters and leaders watching, it was not a big deal for Aoyama to be humiliated. What if the Zhongzhou school wanted to take this opportunity to make trouble? Chen Yutian said, "That's right. When the posthumous edict was read out that day, everyone saw it. It's absolutely true." When the spring rain fell, Fang Jingtian was still in closed-door training in the Hermit Peaks. It was unknown if he felt it at the time, and if he did, how did he feel? Was it because he felt sad for his senior brother's departure, or because he felt happy because the main culprit who killed his master was finally dead? He didn't pay attention to Nan Wang, nor did he look at Chen Yutian. He stared at Jing Jiu's face and asked, "What does the posthumous edict say?" Chen Yutian said, "Aoyama belongs to Jing Jiu." This was the entire content of the posthumous edict. On the top of Tingguang Peak that day, all the disciples of Aoyama had heard these 5 words, and the content of the posthumous edict had long been spread out. The whole cultivation world thought that the words left by the immortal Lu Ci were concise and to the point, and there would be no misunderstanding. Nobody could find any mistakes in the posthumous edict. The raindrops falling down from the sky grew thinner, and the raindrops dripping down from the eaves of the hut grew intermittent. Fang Jingtian suddenly laughed out. His laughter was a bit faint, but it was hard to understand what he meant. That's why. The posthumous edict of Big Brother Sect Master is indeed very clear. Aoyama belongs to Jing Jiu. Looking at the people around Tingguang Peak, he asked, "But who is Jing Jiu?" Speaking of Jing Jiu, who is Jing Jiu? This was the question that the whole of Aoyama and even the whole of Chaotian were pondering after the immortal Lu Ci left the posthumous edict. Yet, it was merely a reflection after the initial shock. It didn't mean that the people didn't know who Jing Jiu was. Hearing this question, Tingguang Peak was still as quiet as before. The people looked at him in bewilderment, wondering if he was crazy. It was evident that Fang Jingtian was not crazy. He looked at the young man in white clothing in the hut and asked, "Or, you can tell us who Jing Jiu is." Time was the most unbearable thing in the world, followed by thinking. The people around Tingguang Peak suddenly had many thoughts in their heads, and then they felt something was wrong. In the crowd of Shangda Peak, the disciple, surnamed Lu, lowered his head slowly. Over the years, he had felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what it was. It wasn't until now that he realized that the reason he didn't know was because he didn't dare to think about it. The youth of the Jing family at Taichung Temple in the capital left Jiaoga City and came to a small village in the south because he wanted to seek the immortals. By chance, he learned that there was a youth named Lu Shui in that small village, and he was most likely someone with natural Tao quality. As such, he came to the village stealthily and saw the youth in white clothing sitting on the bamboo chair by the pond. All of this happened too coincidentally, which meant that it was not a coincidence, but someone had arranged it in advance. Are you really the second son of the Jing family in Zhaoga City? Your talent in cultivation has never appeared in history. How can you be a child of an ordinary family? Fang Jingtian continued while looking at Jing Jiu expressionlessly. Even if someone in the imperial court helped you do it, do you think you can fool everybody? Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of Duke of He and the commander of Zhang, AI, grew grave. Shang de Peak is responsible for investigating your background. It seems to be fine, but everybody knows what the problem is. Fang Jingtian continued while looking at Jing Jiu's face. Where were you before you left Zhaoga City? What did you study? Where did you seek the Tao? Why has nobody seen the second son of the Jing family? Anyone who has seen your face will never forget it. Why has nobody mentioned it? Having said that, he turned to Yuan Qijing and said, Big brother, it must be hard to conceal all of this. Yuan Qijing didn't respond. Qi Yin said sternly, I'm in charge of the identity verification. I'm certain that the Jing family did give birth to Before Qi Yin could finish, Fang Jingtian interrupted nonchalantly. That child was taken away after he was born. Do you really want me to find him? Yuan Qijing suddenly said, Since he is an ordinary person living an ordinary life, why bother him? The corners of Fang Jingtian's mouth curled up slightly, flashing an unfathomable smile as he said, You've finally admitted it. Yuan Qijing remained silent. This matter can't be concealed from the people in the world, because no one with your talent in cultivation has ever appeared in history. This is the problem. Fang Jingtian looked at Jing Jiu in the hut and asked, So, who are you? The raindrops dripping down from the eaves of the hut had been broken into tiny beads. The wind lingering in Aoyama was still gentle, but it had a hint of killing intent. Countless gazes fell on the young man in white under the hut. Looking at the distant Shinma peak in silence, Jing Jiu suddenly said something. Back when Shui asked me what my name was by the pond, I looked at Aoyama from afar and thought that Shinma Peak was ranked 9th, so I gave a random name. Hearing this, there was an uproar, and then it became extremely quiet. Lu Shui was perplexed, wondering why his young master didn't have this name. Gu Qing, Yuan Chu, and Zhuo all had grave expressions on their faces. Zhao Lei's expression was as nonchalant as ever. Tianguang Peak grew even quieter. The raindrops fell on the eaves and the ground, making no sound. Many people were waiting nervously for the answer. Stroking the white cat in his bosom, he said to the crowd, I am Jingyang. The rain stopped. Boom! Thunder crashed down from the sky. Chapter 572. Yesterday's chapter was edited until 8 o'clock. After it was published, there were even a few edits from the chapter name to the last few sentences. As for the ending of the chapter, it should have been the rain has stopped. That would have been more in line with the story and Jing Jiu's style. It would have been plain and ordinary. Even if there were thousands of styles, it would have been a simple outline. In the end, 2 sentences about thunder were added, thinking that although it was a bit tacky and thunderous, there should be a thunderclap. When the rain stopped, it was no longer a rainy day. The thunder was like a bolt from the blue. People felt like they were struck by lightning. An Aoyama disciple was distracted and fell from his flying sword. Fortunately, he was saved in time and did not fall to his death in the stone forest. Most people were shocked, speechless. They stared at the young man in white in the hut. There were also many people who wondered if their ears had been damaged by the thunder and they had heard wrongly. The sound of thunder was still reverberating in the sky, circling around like a gigantic yet formless bird that was constantly flying. Other than that, there was no sound from the peaks of Aoyama. It was extremely quiet. Zhuo Rujui's eyelids, which were usually drooping, were raised to the highest point, filled with horror. Guinanshan and others were also shocked to the extreme, standing on the same spot like stone statues. Lei Ilqiang Yao Songshan, and the other young disciples' faces were flushed, but their eyes were filled with confusion. Whether they were willing or not, at least at this moment, no one could accept the truth. But the next moment, they realized that many important people were so calm, such as Zen Master, Bai Jinren, and Uncle Master Yuan Qijing. This made them extremely shocked. Could it be that all of this was real? Didn't Uncle Master Jingyang ascend? Why was he still in the human world? And how did he become this person? In the face of the thunderstorm falling from the sky, people's reactions were different. Some would cover their heads and hide. Some would climb onto rooftops and shout for the rain to collect their clothes. Some would pull out their sword from their sheaths and point them at the sky, shouting, "Come and fight," only to be chopped into charred trees. Yuan Chu was already scorched by now. He felt smoke rising from the top of his head. Gu Qing lowered his head and looked at the beads of sweat on the ground. He didn't know what kind of mood he was in, and whether or not he remembered those most secretive conjectures from before. Standing behind Bu Qiuxiao and looking at Jing Jiao on the peak top, Lu Shui opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He didn't need to practice the vow of silence. He knew that his young master was not a simple person, and he even had some very absurd conjectures. But he didn't dare to continue his conjectures back then. Unexpectedly, the reality was even more absurd than those conjectures. "So you are Jingyang." Nin Wang's face was pale as he muttered, "No wonder it's like this, but why didn't I think of it?" More and more people had calmed down and come to their senses like her. In the last few years, the cultivation circle in Chaotian had been guessing whether Jing Jiao was the descendant of the immortal Jingyang. It was because what had happened to him was too unbelievable. They had realized by now that this was the real answer. Why was Jing Jiao so talented in cultivation? Why was he the sect master in the will of the immortal Lu Ci? It was because he was the immortal Jingyang. A thunderstorm occurred on the chessboard mountain that day, and the lightning illuminated the Go board under the pavilion. Tong Yin, who was said to be unparalleled in the Go playing, was defeated by the disciple of Aoyama, who had obviously just started to learn Go. The painting of bloody plum blossoms, which was still kept in the royal palace, represented that the disciple of Aoyama had killed a great many demons of the Snowy Kingdom in one night during the cultivation tournament in the Snowland. The dilapidated stone forest at the foot of Tianguang Peak witnessed how that disciple of Aoyama defeated a few swordsmen of Liangwang Peak in a row and broke Guananshan's blue ocean sword in half by doing so. Different people recalled different scenes. In the end, they all thought of the Buzhou Peak in the illusionary realm of the green sky mirror. The sword wielded by that disciple of Aoyama toward the sky and the rules of the illusionary realm was the breaking heaven. What he had done was to ascend. The reason that Shanghai Peak would testify for the name of Jing Jiao is that I knew he was the young senior master a long time ago. Yuan Qijing continued, while looking at Fang Jingtian with a nonchalant expression. "You should have guessed it a long time ago. Why do you have to ask me about it today?" As soon as this statement came out, all the dust had settled. The well was the scenery, and the upper nine was the yang. Jing Jiao was Jingyang. Looking at Jing Jiao in the hut, Bu Qiuxiao recalled the conversation they had in Zhaoga City many years ago, feeling a complicated emotion. "It turns out that he is the immortal," he remarked sentimentally. Having said that, he bowed to Jing Jiao from a distance, bowing to him. There were many others who did the same thing as Bu Qiuxiao, like Duke of He and Zhang Ai, who had stood up a long time ago, and the people of Ozawa and the Mirror sect. The sect master of the Platonist sect, Chun Shuejiao, bowed to Jing Jiao respectfully while sitting in a wheelchair. Xiang Wanshu and other disciples of the younger generation looked at Jing Jiao with admiration and awe in their eyes. The eyes of He Wei and the others were full of incredulity and incredulity. The immortal Jingyang was the highest in Chaotian in terms of generation, talent, and cultivation state. Everybody thought that he had ascended decades ago. They didn't expect him to still be in the human world. Besides Bai Jinren, who had guessed the truth a long time ago, and Zen Master and Yuan Qijing, who knew the truth, there were only two people who didn't show any reaction from the beginning to the end. Baizeo lowered his head slightly. The wind tousled his black hair in front of his eyes, turning the scene on the peak top and that person into many scenes. A teardrop gathered on his eyelashes, but it didn't fall down. It was because his eyelashes didn't quiver. Though he knew it a long time ago, he still felt sad, but he had no choice but to accept it. Yet he still felt sad. The spring breeze could pass through White Town, but it couldn't pass through the snowland that had lasted for 6 years. The beauty could pass through the hero, but it couldn't pass through the begonia tree. The other person who didn't show any reaction was Zhao Liu. Of course, she didn't feel sad because she had been by his side and done many things together. She had guessed who he was a long time ago, and she had tried to ask him about it. Jing Jiao didn't deny it. As such, she felt slightly surprised, but at the same time, she felt relieved and relieved. Keeping this secret, even if she was with the person involved, was a great deal of pressure. You finally don't want to conceal it anymore, do you? She thought to herself while looking at Jing Jiao in the hut. Yet, he had concealed it for so many years. Why did he admit it so calmly and casually today? It was like the queen of the snowy kingdom who had prepared in the snowland for tens of thousands of years and finally led the monster invasion to the south to unify Chaotian. But she was slapped to death by a monk as soon as she arrived in White Town. She was still bewildered and puzzled. Even if Fang Jingtian came prepared and prevented him from traveling the world as Jing Jiao, he could still give another explanation. Yuan Qijing would continue to conceal it for him, and Zen Master would also speak up for him. But why did he admit it? Zhao Liu thought of a possibility, feeling a bit sorry for him. He was indeed tired. The others didn't think the same way as Zhao Liu. In their eyes, it was evident that Fang Jingtian had proof that Jing Jiao was not the second son of a Jing house in Jiaoga City. As such, Jing Jiao had no choice but to admit his identity. On the contrary, they couldn't understand something else. According to Yuan Qijing, Fang Jingtian had guessed the true identity of Jing Jiao a long time ago. But why did he force Jing Jiao to admit that he was the immortal Jingyang? If Jing Jiao wanted to claim the position of the sect master of Aoyama and claim that the immortal Lu Xi wrote Jing Jiao instead of Jingyang, he would become a joke. If the immortal Jingyang intended to be the sect master of Aoyama, there was no need for a will. Who in Aoyama and the whole of Chaotian dared to disobey him? Fang Jingtian suddenly burst out laughing while looking at the ground. There were no beads of sweat on the ground, nor were there any tears on his eyelids. There were only the rocks on the top of Tianguang Peak that had witnessed tens of thousands of years in Aoyama. His smile contained a complicated emotion, a hint of self-mockery, a hint of sadness, and a hint of elation that he had endured for many years. "Are you Jingyang's senior master?" Fang Jingtian lifted his head and said expressionlessly while looking at Jing Jiao, "Hasn't senior master Jingyang ascended?" Jing Jiao said, "I haven't finished something yet." This was the answer he gave to Zen master in the Guocheng temple. Fang Jingtian didn't believe this answer, of course. As he raised his white eyebrows, the mockery in his smile grew more apparent. "Even though you have failed, you are still so carefree, like a ferryman sitting on the cloud." Jing Jiao continued while looking at Jing Jiao. "In this aspect, you are indeed similar to young senior master." The people around Tianguang Peak didn't know what he was talking about. Since Jing Jiao was the immortal Jingyang, Jing Jiao was of course similar to the immortal Jingyang. Perhaps, if you play a role for a long time, you will become more and more like the role, but you will often forget who you are. Fang Jingtian continued calmly, while looking at Jing Jiao. "Have you also forgotten that you are not Senior Master Jingyang, but a sword?" Puff. Pooh. I scold myself first to show my respect. It's just that I don't know why I'm feeling so down these days, and I'm at the climax of this book, so I don't dare write more. I should cherish what I write and write slowly. Please don't scold me. I'm a person who needs a lot of love. The more love I get, the better I write. Chapter 573. The booming thunders were still echoing in the distant sky. The thunders sounded a bit muffled as they came from the other side of the great formation of Aoyama, but they were as soul-stirring as the drum beats. It was deathly quiet on the top of Tingwang Peak again. The people eyed each other in shock, thinking that everything that had happened that day was too ridiculous. First, Fong Jingtian broke through the heavenly arrival state and came back from the Hermit Peaks. He challenged the will of the immortal Lu Ci and doubted the origin of Jingjiu. Then, Jingjiu claimed that he was the most outstanding immortal Jingyang in Chaotian. Then, Fong Jingtian claimed that he was not the immortal Jingyang, but his sword. The young man in white clothing sat in the chair while holding the white cat, looking like a white magnolia holding the snow. He looked exceedingly beautiful, yet there was nothing unusual about him. The key question was, what was a sword? Fong Jingtian's calm and nonchalant voice rang out again. Senior Master Jingyang hid the thoughtless sword in Shinma Peak back when he ascended, taking the lone sword and the all-in-one, which had been missing for a long time. Upon hearing this, there was a commotion in the crowd. The all-in-one sword is an extraordinary treasure with a true spirit. It sneak-attacked Senior Master when he ascended, took his spiritual soul and inherited all of his memories, and reincarnated as a youth in white clothing in a small village. He joined the great formation of Aoyama again, deceived Big Brother Lu Ci and Big Brother Yuan Shijing, and became the current immortal sect master. He continued while looking at Jingjiu nonchalantly. That's right. I'm talking about you. You're not Senior Master Jingyang. You're the all-in-one sword. You're a sword devil. The thunders were still booming in the high sky. If it weren't for the protection of the great formation of Aoyama, the top of Tingwang Peak would be greeted by a strong wind and countless flashes of lightning. It was unclear if Fong Jingtian had unleashed the energy of the heavenly arrival state to his heart's content, or if his words had startled the sky. Everyone was shocked speechless. For a moment, they were unable to digest this information. Some of the sect representatives were confused. Wasn't the Sword of Mandate the premier sword of Aoyama? Where did this all-in-one sword come from? On the other hand, the disciples of Aoyama recalled the first book they read in the Shijian Pavilion when they first joined the sect. There were 4 words written on the first page of the Swordplay Codex. All-in-one sword. The disciples of Aoyama used to think that these 4 words were about the righteousness of the sword. Only today did they realize that it was actually the name of the sword. How could a sword become a demon? The demons in Chaotian were all transformed from animals, fish, and insects, so they had to have life before they could develop spiritual awareness. Many people suddenly thought that if the all-in-one sword was indeed a rare heavenly treasure with a true spirit, as Fong Jingtian said, it would be able to develop spiritual awareness and become a powerful demon as long as it had enough time. The people looked at Jingjiu in astonishment, wondering if he was indeed a sword demon transformed from the all-in-one sword, as Fong Jingtian had said. If Jingjiu was a sword demon, why didn't the immortal Lu Ci and Yuan Shijing, 2 figures in the heavenly arrival state, figure out? Fong Jingtian's question brought a sudden mental shock to the crowd, but after they calmed down, they still thought it was ridiculous. It was easier for them to believe what they saw. Though the story of the all-in-one sword becoming a demon sounded interesting, the young man in white clothing sitting in the chair looked like an elegant ferryman. How could he be a sword demon? The people thought that Fong Jingtian must have been frightened by the true identity of Jingjiu, which was why he came up with such a ridiculous reason. The wind and snow suddenly fell down with a whistling wind, covering up the thunder in the sky. Yuan Shijing said to Fong Jingtian expressionlessly, "Don't be rude to Senior Master." Nan Wang also said expressionlessly, "Big Brother Fong, don't talk nonsense if you don't have any proof." It was true that Fong Jingtian wanted to say that Jingjiu was not the reincarnation of the immortal Jingyang, but a demon transformed from the all-in-one sword. He had to have a reason. It would be ridiculous if he wanted the world to believe his words with only a story. Proof. Fong Jingtian said expressionlessly while pointing at Jingjiu in the hut. His existence, this so-called person, is the proof. No one could understand what he was saying. You are too perfect without any flaw. Such a perfect thing shouldn't exist in the world, especially not a human being. Fang Jingtian stared into his eyes and said, "You're extremely beautiful and intelligent. Most importantly, your talent and cultivation can be said to be unprecedented. How is it possible that you've reached the broken sea state in just a few decades?" It was then that Zhuo Ruzhui raised his hand and said, "In fact, it's possible. It was possible that Jing Jiao, Zhao Liu, or Lu Shisui, who had concealed his strength well, could all enter the broken sea state within 30 years, which meant that it was less than 100 years ago." Fang Jingtian didn't pay any attention to him. He continued, while looking at Jing Jiao, "Are you the one who released the king of the underworld from the fiend prison and killed the old dragon?" Upon hearing this, there was an uproar in the hut, and countless gazes fell on Bai Junren. Bai Junren remained silent, indicating that the Zhongzhou school had already found out the truth, but they didn't have any proof. Back when you left the fiend prison, your movement was extremely fast, and you could travel 10 miles in an instant. I think your speed should be even faster now. How did you do it? Fang Jingtian said, "A sword cultivator can move freely between heaven and earth by riding a sword, but you can come and go freely without using a sword. Why is that?" The peak of Tianguang Peak became quieter and quieter. Only the faint sounds of thunder and Fang Jingtian's voice could be heard. "I have one last question for you." Fang Jingtian asked Jing Jiao while staring at him. "Back at the West Ocean, the Swordlight's second big brother used to kill Nanchu. Was it you?" Each question was like a clap of thunder, falling from the sky to the summit, exploding in everyone's ears and hearts. The flawless young master in white clothing from Zhaoga City, the gray shadow who had wreaked havoc in the fiend prison, and the sword light at the West Ocean that shocked Chao Tian. People looked at each other speechlessly. They could see the shock and wavering in their hearts. Yuan Qijing suddenly said, "What you said is just a guess. It can't be used as evidence." Qin Yutian said, "That's right. The immortal sect master moves like a ferryman because he has the born shapeless sword body." All the peaks had discussed this during the sword trial. Fu Wang said after some hesitation, "Yes, the immortal sect master and everybody else thought so back then." The born shapeless sword body? Fang Jingtian's white eyebrows ruffled slightly, revealing a mocking intent. He said to Jing Jiao, "The arrangements and excuses you made in advance are indeed very good, and they can explain all the peculiar phenomena on your body. But have you ever thought that if you put on a show for too long, you will sometimes slack off and reveal some flaws in the details?" Since he was pointed out that he was not Jing Yang, but the sword devil of the all-in-one sword, Jing Jiao hadn't spoken a word. No matter what questions Fang Jingtian asked, he didn't answer them. In the eyes of some people, it was because he had a guilty conscience. But in the eyes of Gu Qing and the others, it was because he thought these questions were too nonsensical and he didn't want to answer them. But now he was interested. Touching Ada's back, he looked at Fang Jingtian and asked, "What details?" "I like to ask, has anyone seen our young sect master riding a sword?" Fang Jingtian looked at the people around Tianguang Peak with a faint smile. Gu Qing suddenly thought of something, his face turning pale. "Sect master. No. Senior granduncle is a rare genius in swordsmanship. How could he not know how to ride a sword?" Lei Il Kyung stood up angrily and pointed at his peers, saying, "When we were in the Snowland, we were all saved by senior granduncle. We all saw it with our own eyes." Fang Jingtian looked at this young disciple and said indifferently, "Are you sure you saw him riding a sword? Or riding a sword?" Lei Il Kyung was stunned and started to recall the scene many years ago. Many disciples of Aoyama and cultivation practitioners who had seen Jing Jiao also started to recall and suddenly realized that they had rarely seen Jing Jiao riding a sword. Jing Jiao, of course, had ridden on a sword before, but he had no other choice because the thoughtless sword was too thin. But most of the time, he preferred to walk in the air, on the mountain path, or in a carriage. Even if he rode a sword, he would sit on the broad surface of the sword of the universe. In the past, the people of Aoyama's sect thought it was his personal habit, so they didn't pay much attention to it. But now that Fong Jingtian pointed it out, they found it a bit strange. You don't want to step on your own kind because you feel sorry for them? Fong Jingtian withdrew his gaze and looked at Jingjiu, saying, or are you unwilling to see your own kind being enslaved by the cultivation practitioners? Jingjiu knew that nobody would believe him even if he explained, so he asked, what else? Fong Jingtian looked at him and said in a mocking tone, in your ears. You have such a perfect face, but why do you have such a pair of conspicuous ears? Don't you think it's dazzling? Because that pair of conspicuous ears is the edge of the all-in-one. An uproar broke out in the crowd. Countless gazes fell on Jingjiu's ears. In the past few decades, many people had seen him, but their gazes were often taken away by his face. Very few people noticed that he actually had a pair of ears that stuck out like the wind. Only the people of Shima Peak had a deep impression of him, because Zhao Liu often rubbed his ears. Rijui's eyelids drooped down slowly again and narrowed, as if he found everything that had happened that day very interesting. Guan Shan was taken aback, as he kept asking himself whether it was true. Lei Il-kyung, Yao Songshan, and other disciples of Aoyama were furious, thinking that their senior master was shameless enough to say such crazy things for the sake of the position of the sect master. Yuan Chu felt even more anxious. He kept on fanning his face in an attempt to lower the temperature and disperse the green smoke coming out from the top of his head. Gu Qing stopped looking at the beads of sweat on the ground. He lifted his head awkwardly and looked at Jingjiu in the hut, opening his mouth slightly, showing a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Yet, Lu Shui had already closed his mouth. Those important figures had their own reactions. Zen Master furrowed his eyebrows slightly, rubbing his bare feet against each other unconsciously. Bai Jinren arched his eyebrows slightly, as he thought that Taiping Jinren's trick had been used here. It was no wonder that the green sky mirror and Jingjiu were so close. The disciples of the Zhongzhou school behind her were also in a state of shock. Xiang Wanshu kept on shaking his head, but it was unclear what he was denying. Bai Zhao lifted his head and looked at Jingjiu in the hut in bewilderment. It was unclear what kind of emotion he was feeling at the moment. Zhao Liu was the only person on the top of Shima Peak and all over the cloud platforms who didn't show any change after hearing what Fong Jingtian had said. Standing not far from Jingjiu, she looked at the ground quietly, reflecting on something. Jingjiu asked while rubbing his slightly damaged earlobe, what else? What else do you need? So many details can only mean one thing. You don't have the born, shapeless sword body. Fong Jingtian said sharply while staring at Jingjiu's face, you are a sword. It was impossible to keep quiet on the top of Tianguang Peak. The discussions broke out everywhere. The people looked at Jingjiu in shock, the emotions in their eyes having changed a long time ago. Though the details mentioned by Fong Jingtian seemed insignificant, they were quite convincing when put together. If all these were coincidences, it was too coincidental. If it was unimaginably coincidental, it couldn't be true. There must be a reason behind it. How would Jingjiu explain it? Details, success, or failure, devil. After some thought, Jingjiu said to Fong Jingtian, though what you said is not very reasonable, my current body is indeed the all-in-one sword. Boom! It wasn't thunder. It was the exclamations of over 1,000 cultivation practitioners around Tianguang Peak. Did that mean he admitted it? Jingjiu reached out his finger and pointed at the edge of his eyebrows, as if he was pointing at the edge of a plum tree, his expression calm and nonchalant. But I'm still Jingyang. Chapter 574. I'm still Jingyang. Most of the people present couldn't understand what Jingjiu meant. Some of them could vaguely understand what he meant, but they couldn't be sure. I'd like to explain this matter. Yuan Qijing took 2 steps forward, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding cultivation practitioners of Aoyama and the representatives of various sects on the cloud platforms. The discussions and uproars had gradually died down. Who dared ignore the authority of the sword justice of Aoyama? Yuan Qijing's gaze finally fell on the cloud platform of Zhongzhou School, on Bai Zhenren's face. Senior Master Jingyang was sneak attacked by a shameless scoundrel when he was about to succeed in his ascension. He was severely wounded and almost died. Yuan Qijing pulled back his gaze and continued solemnly while looking at Fang Jingtian. Senior Master had no choice but to use the Thunder Soul wood that he had prepared beforehand and attach his spiritual soul to the all-in-one sword, returning to Chao Tian with the sword as his body. That's why he had the peculiar symptoms you mentioned. Fang Jingtian said sharply, "He has admitted that he is the all-in-one. Big brother, why do you still want to cover up for this devil?" Jingjiu said while looking at him in silence, "If I'm a sword, then what is your master? A piece of dead wood? Was the body or the spiritual soul the main body of a living being? Was a black cat with a human soul a human being or a cat? Was the devil living in a human body a human being or a devil?" This was a difficult question for the mortals in the mortal world. The zombie children possessed by the evil spirits of the underworld in the previous dynasties were often protected by their mothers, who cried and waved their kitchen knives to prevent the officials of the imperial court from getting close to them, and they didn't allow them to burn their children, who could still move. In the end, the whole town turned into a hell. It was because this question was difficult to answer. Yet, this question was much simpler for the cultivation practitioners. The Yuanying, the sword ghosts, and the spiritual beings of the deviant sects were all independent beings that could exist without a body. In the eyes of martial cultivators, a person's identity was naturally determined by their spirit. According to what Yuan Qijing said, the immortal Jingyang failed to ascend and was forced to be reborn as a sword, borrowing the all-in-one sword's body. Although it still felt weird, the Aoyama sect and other sects would agree that he was the immortal Jingyang. That was what Jingjiu meant when he pointed at his eyebrows and said that he was still Jingyang. Fang Jingtian had already predicted how Jingjiu would respond to his challenge. He sneered and said, "The problem is you sitting in the chair. Is it Uncle Jingyang who has seized the all-in-one sword body? Or is it the all-in-one that has seized Uncle Jingyang's divine soul?" This was the crux of the matter, and also the hardest thing to determine. The all-in-one was the premier sword of Aoyama, but it had gone missing hundreds of years ago. Nobody knew what it looked like when it transformed into a demon form, and whether it looked like Jingjiu at the moment. If Jingjiu was really the all-in-one and had seized the immortal Jingyang's divine soul, then he would have inherited all of the immortal Jingyang's memories and even his talent in cultivation. Nobody could separate him from the immortal Jingyang. Any question would be useless, and any test would be meaningless. As long as he didn't admit it, it was a dead end. That's right. Since nobody knows whether it's the former or the latter, do you think you can rely on your mouth? Sensei finally couldn't stand it anymore. She jumped out from behind Chun Xueqiao and yelled at Fang Jingtian, "What all-in-one sword? I've never heard of it. Who has seen it? I really haven't seen the all-in-one. I believe Big Brother and Senior Brother Lu Ci haven't seen it either. That's why the people of Aoyama were fooled." Fang Jingtian patted the wheelchair twice and said, "Fortunately, there is still one person in Aoyama who has seen the sword demon." Everyone's eyes fell on the skinny old man in the wheelchair. From the very beginning, everyone had been guessing the identity of this skinny old man. Why was this man pushed here by Fang Jingtian when he was at the end of his life and was about to die? But the things that happened later were so shocking that people didn't have time to think about it. Fang Jingtian said, "Everyone, this is Grandmaster Tai Lu of Machin Peak." Hearing the name Grandmaster Tai Lu, most people didn't react because they had never heard of him. But some people thought that since even Fang Jingtian had to call him Grandmaster Tai Lu, it meant that this person's status was one generation higher than that of Taiping Zhenren and the immortal Jingyang. By Zhenren, Zen Master, and Shui, Yu Nunnery of course knew the name Tai Lu, and they also remembered the Machin Peak that had disappeared in Aoyama. The expressions on their faces changed slightly, thinking that this person was even older than Taiping Zhenren, but he was still alive. It was really hard to understand. The news spread faster than the thoughtless sword. The cultivation practitioners around Tianguang Peak soon learned about the origin of this Grandmaster Tai Lu, causing an uproar. I didn't expect the Aoyama sect to have such a senior master. How could he have survived until now? Xiang Wanshu asked in a trembling voice. Bai Jinren looked at the scene on the peak top with a nonchalant expression, as if he were a spectator watching a drama. Back in the graveyard by the Dawn Lake, she had predicted this day when she stood before the grave of the old mistress Da. Yet, she didn't expect Tai Lu to still be alive, and Tai Pingjinren had arranged such a plot. It was truly marvelous. Bai Zhao lowered her head again, looking feeble and feeble, so that nobody could see her eyes and thoughts. Sitting in a wheelchair, Tai Lu looked at Jing Jiao in the hut in the distance, saying lightly, "All in one, long time no see." His tone was nonchalant, but the expression in his eyes was complicated. There was a murderous intent and a regretful expression. There was mockery and delight. As for his voice, it was as old and weak as his body. It seemed that the people could see those thin words on the verge of dispersing. Nobody had seen the appearance of the all-in-one, so no matter how much evidence Fang Jingtian presented, he couldn't prove that Jing Jiao wasn't Jingyang. But Tai Lu had lived in Aoyama for a long time, and he had indeed seen the sword. What he said would be the most powerful proof. Jing Jiao knew that Uncle Tai Lu had seen the all-in-one sword on the night when his senior brother forced the all-in-one into Machin Peak. But it didn't matter. Nobody was older than him in Aoyama, so nobody could doubt what he said. Just like before, nobody could prove whether he was Jing Yang or all-in-one. Long time no see, Uncle. Everyone could tell that he was using Jing Yang's identity to speak. Sword Demon, do you still want to bluff your way out of this? There was a hint of ridicule in Tai Lu's old eyes. Jing Jiao clearly received the message that Tai Lu wanted to convey. Regardless of whether he was Jing Yang or all-in-one, he had no choice but to die today. Machin Peak was bathed in blood back then, so the debt had to be paid. All of a sudden, the wind and snow enshrouded the peak. The 3-foot sword pierced through the air and pointed at the wheelchair. "Young brother, you have crossed the line," said Yuan Qijing sternly while looking at Fang Jingtian. The current orthodox cultivation in Aoyama was the branch of Shangda Peak, inherited from the immortal Daoyuan and the immortal Qinzhou. It was disrupted by the masters of Machin Peak. It wasn't until 600 years ago that the orthodox cultivation was restored by the joint efforts of Tai Pingjinren, the immortal Jingyang, Lu Xi, Yuan Qijing, the Night Howler, and the Dark Phoenix. Back then, the immortal Tai Lu was a top talent on Machin Peak. He refused to surrender even in a life-and-death battle. In the end, he was locked up in the sword jail by Tai Pingjinren. As a disciple of the Shangda Peak and the third disciple of Tai Pingjinren, Fang Jingtian had released Tai Lu from the sword jail, which could be regarded as a betrayal of the sect. Leaning against the wheelchair, Tai Lu said to Yuan Qijing with a sneer, "You, as a junior, have guarded me for hundreds of years. Now that I'm going to die, can't you come out and say something? Don't forget that your master didn't expel me from the mountain gate back then, so I'm still your grandmaster. It's true that Grandmaster Tai Lu was guilty back then, but he is still a grandmaster. Why can't we believe what he said?" Fang Jingtian continued while looking at Yuan Qijing. "Moreover, in my opinion, letting a sword devil be the sect master of Aoyama is the most unacceptable thing for the disciples of Aoyama." As the wind and snow fell, the 3-foot sword appeared. The temperature on the peak top dropped abruptly, and the atmosphere became tense. But Zhao Lei knew that Yuan Qijing wouldn't do anything because Fang Jingtian was already in the heavenly arrival state. The immortal Lu Xi had turned into the spring rain, leaving the Aoyama sect with only one person in the heavenly arrival state. Even though they managed to repel the advance of the Zhongzhou school in the Guacheng Temple with the help of Jing Jiao's scheme, it was not a long-term solution. For the current Aoyama sect, Fang Jingtian was too important. Since Fang Jingtian's status was so important, it would be hard to punish him. Moreover, it seemed that he had a good reason to bring Tai Lu out of the sword jail, which was to prevent a demon from becoming the sect master of Aoyama, which would be a disgrace for generations. If it was hard to punish Fong Jingtian, Tai Lu would be able to speak, and Jingjiu wouldn't be able to escape the suspicion of being a sword devil. How could this situation be resolved? She looked at the rocky ground on the cliff expressionlessly, thinking that the only way was to kill this old man. If he died, there would be no evidence. By now, many disciples of Aoyama had believed Fong Jingtian's words and believed that Jingjiu was the sword devil. Even Guanan Shan had started to waver, not to mention the elders and disciples of Shilai Peak, Guhan, and others of Liangwang Peak. At this critical moment, no one would dare to kill Tai Lu, not even Zhuoruzhui, who had eaten 2 hot pots from Shima Peak. As the sword justice of Aoyama, Yuan Qijing wouldn't kill Tai Lu at this critical moment, which would give others a reason to criticize him. Jing Jiu couldn't kill Tai Lu himself, either, because that would be considered as killing a witness in the eyes of the world. So she had to do it herself. The problem was that she was only in the upper state of the free travel. How could she kill a master who was 3 generations older than her? Tai Lu was old and frail, almost at the end of his life. But no matter how she thought about it, he should be a powerful swordsman with an extremely high state. How could she kill him? Moreover, Fong Jingtian's hands were in the wheelchair, and he was a new heavenly arrival state cultivator. She had to throw the cat away first. Zhao Lei looked at the puddles of water and snow on the greenstone floor and thought of this. Then she started to operate her sword source silently, preparing to use the 7th move of the 9 Death sword style, which was the most powerful, exhausting, and dangerous. Gu Qing raised his head when Fong Jingtian told him that Jingjiu was not Jingyang, but the sword devil. He looked at Jingjiu in the hut, his face a bit pale, his eyes a bit vacant, and his mouth slightly open. He looked like a child who had suffered a great mental shock. Some people noticed the change in his expression, and they couldn't help but feel sympathetic and sentimental, thinking that Gu Qing, who had never panicked in the face of trouble, had finally panicked today. Nobody knew that those were just the appearances. Underneath this seemingly nervous and perplexed expression was a heart that was still beating steadily and a mind that was calmer than usual. Gu Qing thought more than Zhao Lei. Why could Fong Jingtian bring out the immortal Tai Lu from the sword jail? Why didn't the night howler stop him? What was it thinking? Did it mean that Senior Master Yuan Qijing might have been convinced by Fong Jingtian and believed that his master was indeed the sword devil? How could he solve the current situation? The immortal Tai Lu had to die. He couldn't let his master do it himself. He was only in the initial state of the free travel. How could he kill the immortal Tai Lu? He could have broken through the state when he was in the ice and violent sea a few years ago, but he had been suppressing it. Let's do it today. When he broke through the state, the spiritual aura of heaven and earth would explode. At that time, his first move would be twice as powerful. The one who made the move would definitely suffer a backlash, but it was worth the risk. Moreover, Zhao Lei would definitely make a move, and so would that guy. Of course, Senior Master Fong Jingtian was behind the wheelchair, so he could only ask the Lord White Ghost to make a move. Looking at the white cat lying in Jingjiu's arms, Gu Qing deduced all the details again, thinking that it was possible to succeed. So let's start. As he was thinking, he had already come to the back of the hut. Chapter 575. Zhao Lei took a step forward. Several beams of sword light shot out from her dress. Her hair rope was cut off silently, and her black hair scattered like splashing ink. Meanwhile, Gu Qing took a step sideways, and his energy rose at an unimaginable speed. The sword of the universe rose silently, and was about to reach the white cat in Jingjiu's arms. From the beginning to the end, the two of them never looked at each other. This kind of tacit understanding existed among all the disciples of Aoyama, not to mention the people on the Shenma Peak. It was the same when Zhao Lei and Lu Shui killed Lo Huainan in Guiyuan City. Nobody expected that Zhao Lei and Gu Qing would suddenly attack. Or in other words, nobody dared to think so, especially the latter. In everyone's eyes, Gu Qing's face was pale, and his expression was blank. It was obvious that he was shocked by what happened to his master. Feeling his energy rising violently, people were shocked to find that he was breaking through the realm. Breaking through the realm was the most important and the most difficult thing in cultivation. A slight disturbance would cause failure. Cultivators usually needed a long time to prepare for the closed-door training, regardless of whether it was the elixirs, magic arts, or willpower. Then they would start the breakthrough under the protection of their masters or tactical formations. It was extremely rare for Gu Qing to break through the realm in public. Wasn't he worried that something might go wrong? Of course, nobody expected that his real purpose was to kill people with the unusual movement of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth when he was breaking through the realm. They all thought that he was possessed by the devil because he was frightened too much today. The reason why people didn't expect that Gu Qing would choose to break through the realm in public was that they didn't know the glorious tradition of closed-door training and breaking through the realm in Shenma Peak. Not to mention Jing Jiao, Gu Qing, and Yuan Chu could break through the undefeated state easily. Zhao Liu even broke through the middle state of free travel when she was chasing after Taiping Zhenren. When Gu Qing had attracted everyone's attention, Zhao Liu had already prepared to unleash the most powerful and dangerous sword move of the 9-death sword technique. The dim sword light that floated out of her dress and the sword intent that floated along with her black hair were all signs that the acquired invisible sword body had been activated to the extreme. As long as the sword of the universe brought the white cat to Fang Jingtian's face, she would draw her sword. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose. It wasn't astral wind, but it blew away all the aura. The violent aura emanating from Gu Qing was blown away. The killing intent emanating from Zhao Liu was also blown away. Even the sword light of the acquired invisible sword body was somewhat dimmed by the wind, as though it could disappear at any time. The sea of clouds between Tianguang Peak surged with countless huge waves, rolling restlessly. The strands were like swords. It was a daunting sight to behold. The elders and disciples of the various peaks of Aoyama rode their swords to avoid the attack. The cloud platforms of the 8 directions also disappeared into the distance. The huge waves raised by the sea of clouds rolled up to the sky, vaguely forming the shape of a sword. It wasn't a real flying sword, but the materialization of the sword will. The sword will gave people a feeling that it had been around for a long time, but it was also as brutal and bloodthirsty as a newborn beast. The sword will could make heaven and earth respond to it, and the sea of clouds take the shape of itself. What level had it reached? Zhao Liu stared at the skinny old man in the wheelchair, her disheveled black hair dancing in the wind. Her pale face had a few faint bloody lines. Her eyes were full of anger. Gu Qing's attempt to break through the state was interrupted by the powerful sword will. He was in a worse situation, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Looking at Zhao Liu and Gu Qing, the immortal Tai Lu said appreciatively, "You two juniors are so weak, but you dare to try to kill me. You deserve to be the disciples of our Aoyama." The sea of clouds regained its tranquility, and the cloud platforms stopped moving. Bu Qiuxiao looked at the wheelchair on the peak top with a grave expression in his eyes. Standing behind him, Lu Shui quietly put away the city guard pen, as if he hadn't prepared to do anything just now. Bu Qiuxiao glanced at him, but didn't say anything. He is so old, but he still has such power. He must have been in the upper state of the heavenly arrival state. He Wei, the sect master of the Kunlun sect, looked in that direction with a pale face, murmuring, "The Aoyama sect. How many people in the heavenly arrival state does it have?" The cloud platforms were a few miles away from the Tianguang Peak. He Wei's voice wasn't loud, but the immortal Tai Lu still heard it. He turned to look in that direction and rolled his eyes. "If I hadn't been in the upper state of the heavenly arrival state, the little thief Taiping would have killed me a long time ago," he said with a brutal and disdainful tone. "Why did you lock me up in the sword jail for so many years?" The sea of clouds had quieted down, but the enormous sword shadow hadn't dispersed yet. It hovered between heaven and earth, looking down at all the creatures. Seeing this, the cultivation practitioners of various sects were shocked speechless. Who would have thought that the immortal Tai Lu's cultivation state was still so profound, and his swordwork cultivation was even more unfathomable? No wonder he was the most senior and experienced old monster in the Aoyama sect. Then someone remembered that Machin Peak had such a formidable monster of swordwork, but had still been massacred, and the immortal Tai Lu had been imprisoned in the sword jail for over 600 years. Then how formidable were the Taiping Jinren and the immortal Jingyang? The wind and snow on the top of Tianguang Peak appeared together with a 3-foot sword. A moment ago, the wind and snow were scattered by the sword wind, but they gathered again in the blink of an eye and then fell down. In a few seconds, the immortal Tai Lu's body was covered with snow, and a few cuts appeared on his face, but no blood flowed out. Even though he was a monster who could kill heaven and earth with his sword, he couldn't be a match for Yuan Qijing at the end of his life. My blood essence has dried up, and I can't live for long. Why are you in such a hurry? The immortal Tai Lu showed no fear. He looked at Yuan Qijing and said with a strange smile, "Are you worried that I will kill this sword demon?" Yuan Qijing put away his sword in silence. The snow gradually stopped. The wind was still blowing against his white robe. Jing Jiu stood up from the chair. After being imprisoned in the sword jail for 600 years, Uncle Master Tai Lu had indeed comprehended some new sword work. If he made a big fuss before his death, it would be a problem. Looking at Zhao Leiyu and Gu Qing, the expression in his eyes gentle and earnest, the corners of his mouth curling up as he smiled. No one expected that Zhao Leiyu and Gu Qing would dare to kill Uncle Master Tai Lu with their cultivation states. Even he didn't expect it. Then he looked at the other side of the peak. At the beginning, I thought I should have killed you with my sword. But my senior brother cherishes talent and thinks that you can figure it out and leave it to the descendants of Aoyama. Jingju looked at the immortal Tai Lu and said, "If you can't figure it out, you should die early. Isn't it hard to prolong your life in such a painful way for so many years?" The immortal Tai Lu narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to know about his life-prolonging bitter method. Then, the immortal Tai Lu smelled a faint burning smell. It was the smell of fire on the edge of an old iron pot that had been used for decades. It was also the smell of flint rubbing against the ground at a high speed. It wasn't an illusion caused by old age, but the automatic feeling of a being in the heavenly arrival realm. This feeling meant killing intent, and it could also mean death. "Sword demon, are you going to kill me to silence me?" The immortal Tai Lu said mockingly, looking at Jingjiu. The next moment, Jingjiu disappeared from his sight. The next moment, Jingjiu appeared in front of him. Such a strange and fast movement naturally brought up the wind, which fluttered his sleeves. More than a dozen sword lights floated out of his sleeves, which were much brighter than the sword lights of Zhao Leiyu. "The born shapeless sword body," someone shouted in surprise. "No, he is indeed a sword demon," someone cried out in fear. It was said in the cultivation world that Jingjiu's body movements were like that of a ghost or an immortal, but not many people had seen it with their own eyes. It wasn't until this moment that people realized that the legend was true. Some people believed Fang Jingtian's words even more because of this. Such a strange body movement, such an unimaginable speed, which was even more powerful than the heaven and earth escape method of Zhongzhou school. Who else could do it except for the flying sword? Jing Jiu came to the front of the wheelchair. Fang Jingtian didn't move. It was unknown whether he trusted the sword intent of the immortal Tai Lu or for other reasons. The immortal Tai Lu looked at him and said in his spiritual awareness, "You shouldn't have stopped. Otherwise, with your speed, you might have caught me unprepared." Jing Jiu said, "No matter where I strike, my sword is always as fast." The immortal Tai Lu said, "But the problem is that you shouldn't have used your sword to kill me." The huge sword intent in the sea of clouds had disappeared. The sword traveled a long distance and came to the top of Tianguang Peak, setting up countless barriers in front of the immortal Tai Lu. Those were all closely interwoven sword wills. No matter how powerful a fairy sword was, it couldn't go through them. Jingjiu certainly knew what those barriers were. The 1,000-mile ice he used to imprison Taiping Jinren and the Snow Girl was derived from the mysterious sword art of Mo Chengfeng. Even though you were the all-in-one sword, you were still a sword. You really disappoint me by trying to kill me with a sword body. The immortal Tai Lu said regretfully in his spiritual awareness. It looks like you are not Jingyang. He wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. This conversation in the divine sense only took a very short time in the real world. In most people's eyes, Jing Jiu didn't stop moving. He stood up from a chair. He left the small hut. He came to the opposite side of the peak top. He stood in front of the wheelchair. He raised his right hand. He thrust it toward the immortal Tai Lu. It was true. It was an explosion, not a slash nor a slash. His sleeves and arms did not flash with sword light either. On the contrary, his fists emitted countless black lights, which were mixed with some golden light. The black lights were very thick, looking like the night sky of the underworld. The golden lights were very noble, looking like the throne of Zhaoga City. A strange emotion showed in Tai Lu's eyes as he thought, since you are a sword, why do you use your fists? Along with the cracking sound, the seemingly invincible barrier made of sword wills cracked like ice cubes. Jingjiu's fist passed through the barrier and landed on Tai Lu's chest. The wheelchair turned into powder. Tingwang Peak shook violently. The ocean of clouds suddenly dispersed. The blue sky looked like porcelain. It was soundless in Aoyama. The immortal Tai Lu looked at Jingjiu with a strange expression, as if to ask if Jingjiu had been waiting for him to leave the sword jail and come here. Jingjiu uttered The gentle wind blew over the body of the immortal Tai Lu, turning him into countless light dusts. The light dusts faded away with the wind, as if they had fallen into the clouds on the cliffs and couldn't be found anymore. Countless shocked gazes fell on Jingjiu's right hand. The immortal Tai Lu was blown to death? Even though Jingjiu was the youngest person in the Broken Sea state in the history of the cultivation circle, he was still in the Broken Sea state. Even though he was the immortal Jingyang and had been reborn as a sword, he was still in the Broken Sea state. How could a practitioner in the Broken Sea state kill a figure in the heavenly arrival state in such a simple and direct way? Looking at Jingjiu's right hand, the expression on Bu Qiuxiao's face grew graver, and he became more vigilant. The expression in Bai Zhenren's eyes wavered slightly, as if he was calculating something. The young Zen master sighed, full of a sense of trouble. Even though Jingjiu wielded the all-in-one sword, no matter how sharp his right hand was, the immortal Tai Lu could still block it. It was not his fist that was formidable, but the object he held in his hand that was formidable. Those cultivation practitioners who had participated in the Dao competition, like Bai Zhao, Ruzhui, Shi Yun, and Lu Shui, suddenly recalled a similar scene. Back then, by the green sky mirror, Jingjiu had disabled Bai Qianjun with only one punch. If Bai Zhenren hadn't intervened, Bai Qianjun would have been killed instantly. At the time, Jingjiu used his left hand, and the object of his left hand was the fairy book of longevity. What about today? He could kill a figure in the heavenly arrival state with one punch. What was that object in his right hand? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.